Present.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That will take us to the pledge, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection. If everybody could please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, the sea a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And I'd welcome Hannah Padilla to give us our moment of reflection.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. And since we haven't approved the agenda quite yet, I can go off reservation for just a moment and recognize that we missed Commissioner Henry Royball's birthday earlier last week, like a week ago. And so we want to wish him a very, very, very happy birthday. I think we even have cake for later. And let the record show that all I handed him was a birthday card signed by everybody. So that takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there changes I should note?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The initial agenda for today's meeting was posted last Tuesday, June 21st in the evening. The amended agenda was posted on Friday, June 24th at 5:32 p.m., more than 72 hours before today's meeting. Packet material was added and or updated for miscellaneous action items 6A and 6B, as well as 6C. And there was a further update to packet material for item 6C today, which Ms. Herrera will go over during her presentation concerning the fiscal year 2023 final budget. Action item 6H concerning potential medical malpractice coverage for fiscal year 2023 was tabled until July 12th, 2022 due to the fact that we had not received quotes for such coverage in advance, far enough in advance of today's meeting. Packet material was added with regard to miscellaneous action items 6I and 6J, and in addition, under matters from the county attorney, we added discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and the New Mexico Coalition of Public Safety Officers, RECC, and the Santa Fe County Deputy Sheriff's Association. Those items were added to executive session under matters from the county attorney. Packet material was also added with regard to the public hearing with regard to a resolution providing for green waste disposal days and locations, as well as for the public hearing on the county infrastructure and capital improvement plan. Stand for any questions, but those were the changes from the initial agenda last Friday as it was amended on, initial agenda from last Tuesday as it was amended on Friday of last week.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Manager Schaefer. So what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson?
I move to approve with the changes presented by Manager Schaefer.
Second.
Excellent. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That takes us to approval of minutes. We have 3 sets of minutes to approve. The first is the May 30th.
Years of service.
Thank you. Phew. How could I miss that? I am so sorry, everybody. That takes us to years of service and new hire recognitions. You could tell there was a mumbling up here trying to get my attention. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We did want to recognize several team members who have been with the county for 5 and 10 years. At the 5 years of service mark, we have Mandy Perez from our Corrections Department at the Adult Detention Facility, Gabriel Cedillo from the Fire Regions Division of the Fire Department, Gabriel Bustos in our Land Use Department, Jerome Campos, Oscar Markman Lopez, and Enrique Ortega, all with our Corrections Department and the Adult Detention Facility. Looking at those team members who have been with us for 10 years, we have Pedro Gonzalez with the Sheriff's Department, Christopher Bonifer from the Fire Department, Ashley Bravo from the County Treasurer's Office or Department, and we also have Thomas Dominguez, Kyle Jaffa, Nicholas Sandoval, and Carl Eel with our Fire Department. Moving on, I did want to welcome and acknowledge that we have several new hires during the month of May who we obviously hope will someday be celebrating significant milestones with the county in terms of continuous service. In the Corrections Department, we had 2 new detention officers, Chris Salisbury and Dalton Willoughby. In the County Clerk's Department, we had Mitchell Cox and Andrea Tapia join the County Clerk's office. In the County Manager's office, more specifically the Finance Division, Dominique Trujillo joined us as a procurement specialist. In the County Treasurer's Department, Deanna Baca joined the team as a quality control data analyst. We're pleased to welcome back Cristela Valdez to the legal department as an assistant county attorney too. We also hired Sandra Enriquez Capeta, I hope I did not butcher that, with our project and facilities management department or division as a custodian. 2 new RECC employees, 1 emergency communication specialist trainee, Tabitha Bell, and 1 emergency communication specialist 2, Michelle Mendez Guarniello. And we had a Sheriff Deputy 1, Jose de la Cruz, and 2 new team members with the Utilities Department, Darren Chavez, and I believe Michelle Hunter was actually introduced at a previous meeting, but we'll welcome Michelle again. So that's our new hires and our years of service recognition.
That's just great. This is a good part of the agenda to both welcome new people and show appreciation for all the years of service from employees who really do the work of the county. Are there other comments people care to make?
Madam Chair, it's always good to see new hires. The more the better, especially in these days when it's so challenging. So welcome to all of the new people, and thank you to all of the people for the years of service.
It's fantastic. Absolutely. And it's not something we want to blow past quickly. Really appreciate everybody being here.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
I just want to welcome the new employees and also our employees that have been here. We're recognizing them for their years of service. I think we have a total of 26 altogether with recognitions for anniversaries, anywhere from 5 to, it looked like 15 years. So, I mean, congratulations for that. And we look forward to acknowledging our new hires in the future for years of service as well. So, yeah, we go from 5 years to 15 years. So, congratulations. And all I can say is our employees that have been here for many years, make sure that we we help the employees that are coming in, and we build our foundation even stronger. So just want to congratulate everybody and thank you for choosing Santa Fe County.
Fantastic. Commissioner Garcia.
Just to reiterate what my colleague said, the new hires welcome to Santa Fe County. The individuals that have been here for many years, institutional knowledge in this establishment is priceless. Because when you've worked here for many, many years, institutional knowledge is very valuable in this type of institution. But thank you for the years of service, and thank you for the new hires. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Hughes.
Well, I'll just add that I echo all the sentiments expressed by the other four commissioners. Welcome to the new people, and thank you to those who've stuck with us. We really do appreciate everyone who works here at the county. Thank you.
Fantastic. You can tell it's recognized as important by everybody who's up here.
Madam Chair, I did want to correct an error. I shortchanged BC Eel by 5 years. He has been here with the county for 15 years, so I did want to acknowledge that for the record. Do appreciate Battalion Chief Eel's service, and forgive my oversight.
I know he'll appreciate that. And that takes us to item 2, approval of meeting minutes. A is meeting minutes for May 31st BCC meeting. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, there was a few changes in May 31st, so I would like to approve minutes for 31st.
Second.
Excellent. A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Next, we have a request for approval of the May 26th Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes. Commissioner Hanson.
A motion to approve the May 26, 2022 Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, second, but it's May 26th, but second.
Yeah, May 26.
Yes.
Sorry.
Excellent. Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Finally, C, request approval of the June 3rd Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Excellent, thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent, so we have that taken care of. Item 3 is consideration of proclamations, commissioner resolutions, and recognitions. We request approval of amended Santa Fe County proclamation proclaiming June 21st, 2022 as End Childhood Hunger and Santa Fe Day. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, as if you remember, originally the proclamation was done for May 17th, but because of the fires, the Food Depot had to cancel this, and so I would still like to have a executed proclamation to present to them with the correct date, and the correct date was June 21st. I would like to mention that Commissioner Hughes and myself were both there. We did read the proclamation. I gave Commissioner Hughes the joy of reading the proclamation, and I was really grateful to be able to say some words about how ending childhood hunger in Santa Fe is really a challenge that we're all facing, but as I noted that for myself, for 50 years, I have been advocating for free childcare, which I think is incredibly important, and one of the most important things that we can help parents with to help end hunger. The main emphasis of the report was, though, that we need to create an actual real living wage, which is around $27 an hour. which is quite higher than what we are doing, but at the Santa Fe County, we have at least made sure that everyone has a wage of $15 an hour. So with that, I would just like to have the amended proclamation approved so we could present it to the Food Depot. And I would like to ask my colleague, Commissioner Hughes, to say a few words also. Thank you.
Thank you. I did get to read the proclamation. Thank you. It was a very uplifting event, but I think that to actually end child hunger and poverty in Santa Fe is a very long-term and important task that we should undertake. But it is going to take a lot of work. But it was very nice to see that the Food Depot had undertaken to, get some really smart people to think about the problem and come up with realistic, if hard, solutions, including raising the minimum wage and things like that. But we can start working on that going forward.
Excellent.
Madam Chair, we all know that the real source of childhood hunger is poverty. And, that is a big issue that we all need to address and work on. So thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I would like to move to approve the amended proclamation proclaiming June 21st in Childhood Hunger in Santa Fe Day.
And I'll second.
Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. Under further discussion, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you for this in regards to, as a former board member on the school board, when you go out there and you see individuals that are, I'm just going to be up front these days, is whether they're couch surfing or whether or not they're sleeping in their cars. It's actually sad to see this. And so whenever we pass a resolution to end hunger, I would like to know, where's the budget for it? What are we doing to help them out? We can pass resolutions all day long, but I would like to know what's the larger plan as into helping out kids that live in a car or kids that actually are couch surfing. But this is actually a good resolution. It's a start, but I just would like to know, what are we going to do to help the situation out? Because we can sit here and pass resolutions all day long for whatever, but I want to know what the larger plan is. But so, yes, this is actually a great start, a great resolution. As Commissioner Hughes knows, I know a couple of staff members I work from, and he knows this inside and out as into what's going on out there. But this is actually a great start for the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Commissioner Hanson.
To end childhood hunger, the Food Depot undertook an intensive study to actually look at the issues of how they could address childhood hunger. And that was the meaning of the proclamation, was to recognize this report and to get that out in the public. And it was a city-county recognition. And yes, resolutions and proclamations are just one aspect, but doing the hard work is a whole nother thing. And the people who wrote this report are some of our smartest people in this community, and they came up with some really good ideas and solutions. And one of the main thing was to raise the minimum wage. So because if you're in poverty, you can't provide for your child, and so therefore they're surfing on couches, and so there's many things that we can do, and the report addressed many of those issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just actually like to thank Jennifer and her staff that work for Community Services, because you guys have been doing this for a while. You know how this works, and you guys see this all day long.
Beans for now.
But thank you for the work you guys do. You guys are in the trenches with this stuff. You know that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there further comments and discussion? If not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Passes unanimously, and thank you for bringing this forward. That takes us to the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda anybody wishes to have removed for further discussion, or what is, Commissioner Hughes?
I have a question about item D.
Should we pull it and just, or is it a question that can be,
I have questions on
on what?
item D.
Okay,
why don't we-
so why don't we pull item D
pull it, yeah.
for discussion? And what is the pleasure of the board on the,
Madam Chair,
yes?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of item D.
I'll second.
Thank you. So on that, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
On item D,
Madam Chair, do we want to get resolution numbers?
I could do it well, yeah, the D doesn't get a resolution number, so yeah, we can do that. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, item 4B is resolution number 2022-043, and 4C is resolution number 2022-044.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Deputy Clerk. So on item D is approval of amendment number, et cetera, between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe Public Schools. Do we have, are you just here to answer questions?
Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions, Madam Chair and
Excellent.
Commissioners.
So why don't I go to Commissioner Hanson first, and then,
Madam Chair,
oh no, Commissioner Hughes.
Madam Chair, can you just identify yourself?
Well, what, oh, go ahead.
Chanel Delgado, Youth Services Administrative Program Manager.
Excellent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I was wondering if I could get a little more detail about this program and also whether there's any evidence that it works. It's a very important issue, and tackling youth alcoholism and drug abuse. But I'm hoping we've moved beyond the days of when I was in school and I was supposed to just say no, and I didn't know what I was saying no to.
Sure. Commissioner Hughes, Commissioners, we are funding the WAVE program, which is a youth-led prevention effort through Santa Fe Public Schools, in which they target substance use, suicide, gun violence, all kinds of different things through a peers model. So that's one of the things we're funding. We also fund the curriculum for Second Step, which is evidence-based, and it is, like you were stating, more advanced than what was done back in the day. And so that's the implementation of that. And then we also are funding through this funding training for teachers for social emotional learning to incorporate into the classroom.
Okay, is this enough money to do all that?
So this is a portion of funds. We usually do enhance the funding as we get different allocations coming through the division.
Okay, so this is only part of the money that they're getting for that program.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Of course, yes.
I think our director, Ms. O'Connor, wanted to say something as well. She's on the WebEx.
On WebEx, Director O'Connor, welcome.
Actually, I think that was on a previous item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me on that end?
Yes, we can.
I can just barely hear you.
Oh, I am so sorry. We have been, I apologize, we've been interrupted several times. We just keep having technical issues. Can you hear me any better?
It may be on my end, Madam Chair, but was there a question?
There was a question that Chanel fielded. Did you hear any of the question?
Madam Chair, yes, I did. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I think there's another question from another commissioner, so if you stick around, that would be fabulous. Commissioner
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, thank you for what you guys do and for Santa Fe County to participate in the Santa Fe Public Schools. Excellent idea, excellent. But as Commissioner Hughes mentioned whenever we give money to organization, whether it's a schools, whether it's a Boys and Girls Club, whether it's whatever it is, how do we actually follow up and see that it's working? Where are the figures at? Do we do that? Where are the figures at? Is it working?
Commissioner Garcia and Commissioners, this is only one allocation source, so this is specifically from LDWI funding, so it has to be geared towards prevention. There are other fundings that Santa Fe Public Schools receives from my division, but this is specific to DWI. But every quarter, I receive a detailed quarterly report with all the numbers of youth served in and out through every component of prevention that I just mentioned earlier. So they are reporting very detailed reports about the impact, and it is successful in what they are doing in each component.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And so this is actually a state grant that we actually get from the DWI fund that actually is funded through the county to, is it just to Santa Fe Public Schools? Is it to Pewaukee? Is it to Edgewood? Where does it go? Espanola?
Commissioner Garcia and Commissioners, this is specific to Santa Fe Public Schools. We do fund in the role of a prevention specialist for northern New Mexico in both Pewaukee and Sombrio. We also are extending that to Edgewood in FY23.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you. So whenever we actually have prom night in Pewaukee, which we actually go there and we work prom night in Pewaukee, which we've done for 7-10 years. So does this funding actually allow us to go to prom night at Capitol, Santa Fe High, or this is a whole different type of fund?
So, Commissioner Garcia, it really depends on what the school's needs are and what they're proposing in terms of what they're asking for. Pewaukee, for example, we are providing their school-based curriculum via our prevention specialist, which is a county employee. Santa Fe Public Schools, they do have request funding for their spring break so that kids can access like Meow Wolf or the Geneva Chavez Center for free. So there's stuff like that they request, but it's all dependent on the school district and what their needs are in regards to prevention.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does the county actually go out and talk with Meow Wolf and say, you know, we need some additional fundings or for some nonprofit organizations that we can actually work with to get additional funding to help out students? Because it's, you know, I'm going to be up front, and it's, you know, it's all that stuff that's going around, that fentanyl stuff and all that stuff is horrible. Mm-hmm. And it's how are we working on that? I know you guys are totally busy, but how are we working on that to work with nonprofits to help out the county so that way we can give more money to more education for students in the education area? Or are we?
Commissioner Garcia and Commissioners, that would be done through the contractor, which in this case would be Santa Fe Public Schools, would be reaching out to these other agencies to support the students through our contract, through our funds. We wouldn't be doing that direct outreach. However, in regards to fentanyl, Youth Services did just launch their fentanyl public awareness campaign that's targeted to youth and adults, and that is county-wide. You should be seeing Santa Fe Trails. We just launched our new bus route. So we're starting to do that work as well in regards to the fentanyl that you mentioned.
I guess where I'm going with this stuff is today we're actually crafting and approving our budget. So if you or Ms. Rachel needs some money, you need to talk to us, because if you need additional staff, those are things that we need to ask Manager Schaefer as into. I'm just thinking, sometimes I think too far ahead, but it's okay because I care about this community, mm-hmm. and I always care about the community. So there's just,
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I definitely will have offline conversations with County Manager Schaefer.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Do I have a motion yet?
No.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to move to approve item 4D.
I'll second.
Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And I don't believe this requires any numbers. That will take us, and then thank you, Janelle and Director O'Connor. That takes us to 5 appointments and reappointments. 5A, request appointment of Marilyn Herbert as hearing officer of the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code for a term beginning June 30th, 2022. And we have Penny Ellis Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Chapter 3, Section 3.5 of the SLDC gives the BCC authority to appoint a hearing officer for a definite term not to exceed 4 years. The hearing officer may be reappointed at the conclusion of any term. Richard Virtue has served as the hearing officer over the last 4 years, but his term expires this year. In May of this year, staff completed the RFP process to select a new hearing officer whose term would begin June 30th of this year. Staff selected Marilyn Ebert. She has received her law degree from Southern Methodist University, practiced law in New Mexico since 1980, including over 35 years of public sector service. She served as a hearing officer for the PRC from 2000 to 2008, served as a contract hearing officer with New Mexico Office of the Superintendent of Insurance from 2019 to 2021, and she presently sits on the New Mexico Supreme Court Code of Professional Conduct. The contract with the hearing officers is under the approval authority of the county manager, will begin June 30th of 2022 and June 29th, 2023, with the option to renew in 1-year increments for a total of 4 terms. Staff recommends the appointment of attorney Marilyn Ebert to serve as hearing officer from June 30th of this year to June 29th of 2023. And I'll stand for questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Penny. And I apologize to Marilyn for butchering her last name. Are there any questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mrs. Ellis Green. In regards to the hearing officer, how many other applicants were there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I believe that there was only 1 applicant.
And Madam Chair, so how do we go out to solicitate for this type of position?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we did a full RFP process, so we advertised and did the full process.
And Madam Chair, this individual seems to be very qualified, but what type of zoning experiences do they have?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I wasn't actually on the committee. I don't know if Attorney Brown has any more information on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I don't know the full extent of their experience, but they worked as a assistant county attorney here at Santa Fe County prior to adoption of the SLDC and did engage in some land use practice at that time.
Because just going to bring it up because Madam Chair, one of the things is whatever in my community or our communities is I just want to make sure that the hearing officer understands what some of our local individuals go through whenever you need to get a land division or your SECIA done or a building permit, or I just don't want it to be, I just want to make sure that they can understand what the local individual goes through when they get a barn permit or whenever they get so that's why I'm just asking these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do other commissioners have any questions, or what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson?
I believe that Robert just came in. He might have some additional information, but in the process, I would like to move to approve the appointment of Marilyn Herbert as hearing officer for the term stated.
Second?
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you, and thank you, Penny. That moves us along to the miscellaneous action items. The first is a resolution amending Attachment A to Resolution 2006-60 of the Santa Fe County Purchasing Regulations and Policies Manual, and we have Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, pleasure to be here this afternoon. In our presentation today before the board, we're asking to amend or adopt this resolution that amending the Attachment A to Resolution 2006-60. The board approved and adopted this resolution in 2006 that created the county purchasing regulations. We briefed this commission and this board on at the May meeting regarding those regulations. Not to belabor this topic, the Board of County Commissioners did allow and approve the small purchase waiver to begin for the remainder of the fiscal year 2022, which ends June 30th. And we're here before the board today to request approval of this resolution before you, amending the Attachment A to Resolution 2006-60 of the Santa Fe Purchasing Regulations and Policy Manual regarding small purchases of items of tangible personal property, construction, services, and professional services. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. In regards to the professional services, which is architecture engineering services, or construction items less than $60,000, we don't have to go out for a formal bid. We can just go and hire somebody.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if the amount of services, the budget for the project for services, professional services, specific to your question, we are required to do you mentioned architectural and engineering. Those are qualification-based, and we do what we call a letter of interest, and we send it to 3 or more firms, and they respond based on their qualifications to do the work. Similarly, anything between $20,000 up to $60,000, we need to obtain 3 written quotes or proposals for that purchase.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So in regards to if you send out a letter of proposal to what? 10 firms, 3 firms, and when you send it out, who decides what firm we pick?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, it's set up right now. The Purchasing Division and the User Agency will review those responses to the request for quotes, 3 written quotes, or request for a written response to the letter of interest with their professional services. And so those are reviewed and determined between the Purchasing Division and the User Agency requesting the services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. In regards to what if they're on state contract? How does that work? Do they have the ability to have priority?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, not at all. The county, as a local public body, has the option, if you will, to utilize a state price agreement, which the procurement has already been performed by state purchasing, and therefore these thresholds don't necessarily apply as far as getting 3 written quotes. But the county purchasing office discusses this with the user agency, and we may take that option to request quotes from 3 different vendors that are on a price agreement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no questions, I'll move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Any further questions? Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Deputy Clerk, can I get a resolution number?
Of course, Madam Chair. 6A is resolution number 2022-045.
Fabulous, thanks. And that takes us to B, which is a resolution to commit Santa Fe County fiscal year 2022 fund balance. And we have our Finance Director, Yvonne Herrera. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, before you today is the resolution to commit fund balances for fiscal year '22. Per Resolution 2019-7 requires that the county set aside as committed fund balance as part of the county reserve policy. The policy contains various different reserves. Within the general fund, it requires a contingency reserve, disaster recovery reserve, uninsured loss reserve, and an infrastructure repair and replacement reserve, all between the 10% and 15% of either the operating budget of the general fund or the fund balance of the previous year's financial statements for the general fund. In addition, the reserve requires that for the Corrections Operations Fund, Fire Operations, and Emergency Communications Ops, which is RECC, that they have 25% minimum reserve set aside, and for all other special revenue funds that provide support for county operations, there's a 10% reserve requirement. And then we have the Utilities Operations Fund, which requires a minimum reserve of 50%, and then all other enterprise funds, which is our housing fund, at 10%. And finally, the self-insurance, the Group Health Self-Insurance Fund requires 20 to 35% minimum reserve. All of those are based upon the current year's operating budgets. The only difference between the amount that was calculated this year and last year is in the general fund, and it's the disaster recovery reserve and the major infrastructure repair and replacement reserve. Based upon the extreme drought, the fire danger, and increasing costs, we decided that it would be prudent for us to increase the reserve amount up to 15%, which is the top percentage for those two categories. Other than that, the 10% for the contingency reserve and the uninsured loss both stayed at 10% of the fund balance and the budget, the operating budget, excuse me. So for fiscal year '22, we are looking at committing $44.6 million in the general fund between those four different reserve categories. For our special revenue funds, we're looking at $16.8 million. For our enterprise funds, $4.9 million. And for the group health self-insurance, $2.1 million. With that, Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Excellent. And I'll take questions from the board, but I just want to say I really appreciate, commend you for thinking ahead and taking that top percentage on, given the relatively dire situations and taking that into consideration. So I really commend you on that. Are there questions, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I can understand increasing the disaster recovery reserve to 15%, but I'm not sure the logic why the major infrastructure repair replacement reserve would need to be increased. I mean, if costs increase, then 12% of an increased cost is already more. So I'm not sure the logic for why we need 15%. And I guess I'm a little concerned about since I only, like most of us, I think only half understand the budget. Only Catherine Miller and you actually understand the whole thing. But I want to make sure we have enough money for other things we may need throughout this year. I mean, I think we're under a lot of pressure to increase staff salaries, and I know we're doing a lot of that when we get to the next item, but we may need other things later in the year related to that. And I hate to commit us to something if we are actually going to need the money for something else even more dire. So that's my question.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, to clarify, so we're asking the board to commit these balances to just set them aside. So if at any point in time during the fiscal year we feel that we need to use any of those amounts for some of the items that was just mentioned, we could bring in action to the board to uncommit those a portion of those amounts. We have to take the same action that we did to commit it to uncommit it. Now, as far as increasing costs, it made sense to increase the amount to the 15%. It was, I apologize, I don't have what the amount was last year, but it was insignificant as far as the dollar amount. But it just made sense to consider the increasing cost, because we don't know how long that the inflation is going to last. As we presented to the board and in the last presentation, all of the projects that we currently have ongoing, we had to include additional funds in order for those projects to be completed because of increasing costs, not because not specifically because of change in scope, but just because the costs are rising. So if the county were to ever have to go and replace something just by upping that percentage to 15%, we'd have that money set aside, at least that portion of it. If we needed more than what we had put aside, we would definitely have to go try to find that somewhere else within the budget. But I think it's prudent and it's safe. It's not, we're not overcommitting ourselves. I think that we'll be okay for any additional actions that the board may want to take as far as salaries, as far as any other programs that the board would like to take on next fiscal year.
Yeah, thank you. So in other words, so what's the action we would take, just so I understand this? Let's say we have a disaster that we want to respond to and we wanted to dip into that 15%. Is that something that the departments do automatically, or does it require action from the board?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, it would take action from the board, because we would have to budget, we would have to ask the board to uncommit and then budget those funds so that we could use them toward either that disaster or that major infrastructure or insurance loss or whatnot.
Okay, so if I could use an analogy, this is like if I'm putting aside money to buy a new car every month, and I've saved up a bunch of money, and then I decide I'd rather keep the old car and go on vacation, and I do that. We have that same option here. If we are saving money for infrastructure, but then we decide we want it for something completely different, it's almost the same amount of work for us to just take it and do something different with it as to do what we had set it aside for.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes. Yes. So
Okay.
So all this does is just ensure that a portion of our fund balance is set aside for these specific categories, specifically within the general fund. So depending on what need ever arose in the future, we would come back to the board and ask, okay, this is what's happening, this is where we put the money aside for these kind of situations, and we ask for your approval to be able to uncommit it and then use those funds, instead of using a department's operating budget.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll let others ask questions.
Okay, I think Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Hanson.
Sometimes I go, thank you, Madam Chair, sometimes I go a little too fast, but I'm already looking at the next slide. And so whenever the commissioner asks about, so these requirements are set by DFA, 10%, 3%, whatever the percentage we're setting aside, which I understand what the resolution says. But I see Mr. Montano back there, he needs staff. And I see a few other people out there that need staff. Mr. Hiron there needs staff. And so $44 million that we have sitting there in cash reserves, that's a lot of money. So I guess the question is, what's the larger plan that we're going to do? Because that's more than the required reserves. But as Commissioner Hughes said, we need some staff out there. And so what's the larger plan? We had this strategic plan meeting a while back. So you don't have to answer it now, but county has a good cash reserve there that is more than required by DFA, the 10% or the 15% or the 5%. But I'm just thinking ahead, because I see Mrs. Quintana sitting back there. Everybody back there. I see all the staff back there. we all need additional staff. So I'm just going to start asking hard questions these days. But so those are just $44 million in cash reserve is It's a lot of money. So how do we actually, you don't have to answer it because that's a hard question, but I'm just thinking way ahead as into what we need to do. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Actually, there are some things being conflated, and I don't know, but I saw Manager Schaefer had something to contribute on this. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I wanted to add a few thoughts to the discussion. First of all, the ranges for the various commitments is established by Board of County Commissioner policy, and so we're operating within that policy that was established by the Board of County Commissioners. I'm not saying specifically this board necessarily, but by previous action of the board. Secondly, the fact that the county has been faithful to its reserve and fund balance policy is critical to its AAA bond rating. The fact that we are planning for contingencies and for known unknowns, is I believe, large factor in how the rating agencies have favorably looked at our bonds, which, all other things being equal, lowers our cost of capital and allows us to do more things when we sell bonds for them. In terms of increased cost, if you would like more information about what is happening with recent projects, Director Gary Harone would be pleased to talk about those in particular. In terms of disasters and major infrastructure repair and replacement, I would note one thing that is changing in the upcoming calendar year, which is that our bridges will no longer be insured against the hazard of floods. Our New Mexico County Insurance Authority and its reinsurer have announced that they're no longer offering that coverage. So those are other contributing factors in terms of things that we would need to be prepared to potentially deal with on our own, as well as the general increased cost environment that we're struggling to complete projects in. Thank you.
and actually, thank you for that, because the first two of those points were things I was going to contribute. And I also want to say that we've gone through a whole budgeting process for the whole year that included putting in and considering personnel requirements. That's budgeted separately, and that's what led us to the preliminary approval the approval of the draft budget, which we did earlier. So, Director Herrera, I don't know if you wanted to add to that, but.
Madam Chair, that's correct. Well, in the next packet, we'll kind of just quickly summarize what was included as far as in terms of personnel. In addition, I also wanted to mention, so we're setting aside these reserves as Director Sheffer mentioned. They're based upon the county resolution, so we internally determined those specific percentages or ranges of percentage. In addition to what we set aside, we're also required to set aside funds because of regulatory language, federal law, state law, whatever happens to be. We're also required to make sure that we have money set aside for debt service payments. And in addition to that, as Commissioner Garcia mentioned, we also have the reserve requirement that the state DFA requires, which is 25% of our fund balance. So taking all those into account, we continue to stay fiscally responsible in terms of how county will be able to fund any additional initiatives or programs outside of a specified revenue source. So we continue to be able to fund or balance our budget with cash balances that are not already committed, that are not already restricted for those various other reasons. So the county, while it's always prudent for us to be fiscally responsible and mindful about where our revenue is coming in and how we're spending it, the county is very strong financially.
Yes.
We We have a really good board. We have good management who, who always consider the bigger picture before just making quick, fast decisions just because somebody's saying that we need to do something. There's always a consideration. There's also a thought process taken when anything new is happening or anything big has to be decided upon. So,
Excellent. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Manager Schaefer, and everybody for that explanation. I think the fund balance that we've set aside is important because we have a AAA rating, a AAA plus rating, and to have that it really allows us our bonding capacity. And to me, that is really an important part of the county, is how much we can bond for. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to pass a resolution to commit Santa Fe County fiscal year 2022 fund balance.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Under further discussion, I just want to reiterate that I agree completely that, the fiscally conservative and dynamic way we approach the budget and these reserve funds and the other financial management is really critical to our rating and critical to our operations. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just, and I'm going to vote in favor of the motion. I do appreciate that we have been very fiscally responsible, and that makes everything else possible, and that's very important. I think one of the points I was making, I think we had a AAA rating at the old level, so moving to another level probably isn't, we can't get any higher rating, bond rating. So we're already at AAA. So we're putting aside a little extra money because of disasters and such, and that's fine. And it seems like we can get back at it easily if we need to. I do agree with Commissioner Garcia that our problem right now isn't our financial management, because that's very good. It's getting staff.
Yes, but we have that.
And that'll be our next discussion, yeah.
Yeah, have that budgeted. And I just wanted to also reiterate that like, there's more than one reason for the 15%. There were two different funds, two different reasons. One was disaster and one was the rapidly increasing inflation and ability to do projects. And those were separate rationales.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and Commissioner Garcia?
So, Madam Chair, just remember, 2 years ago, the commission actually, because of COVID, we actually adjusted, I guess to get to the point, is we have more than $1 billion more evaluation than we did 2 years ago. And because the tax assessor and administration has actually brought in more of $1 billion of evaluation. So whenever you have, in my opinion, whenever you have a bond rating, it's not based on building your savings account. It's based on how much valuation is coming in. Look at all the development going on here. All this development that's going on here in Santa Fe is Santa Fe County. And they're just building and building and building and building. And so whenever in my opinion, whenever the banks look, whenever the banks look at it, they're like, oh my God, this place is growing. This place is growing. We're gonna finance them all day long. So it's not about how much money you have in the bank. It's about the growth and what's going on. And I understand the inflation these days that's a whole different subject. But our AAA bonding is actually based on the growth that we have in this community. Out of 33 counties, everybody wants to come to Santa Fe County. And that's, go down to the south side, go look at all these apartment complexes. And so that's what the banks or that's what they look at. They look at, is there growth in this community? I hate to say it, but there's some communities down south that people are moving out. And so they don't have a single A or AAA rating, but whenever the banks see the growth that are happening here in Santa Fe County, the banks are going to say, here you go. We'll lend you money all day long if you have good credit. And that's what it's about.
Well,
but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I respect your point, but I have to respectfully disagree. That's not the entire basis for our AAA rating. And many of these actions are what are also critical contributors to it. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent. Thank you, Director Herrera. Let's see. Can I get a resolution number?
Of course, Madam Chair. 6B is resolution number 2022-046.
That's great. Thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. That takes us to C, which is the resolution adopting the final budget for fiscal year 2022. And
Madam Chair,
yes, I actually made the wise choice of just sitting down because this is going to go on for a while.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so the presentation before you is the final budget for fiscal year 23. As always, our first slide, our population goals.
Wait, excuse me.
We always have them, we're always considering them during the budget process. The next slide actually shows what our final budget will look like, or looks like, for fiscal year 23. As you can see, so the comparison shows what the final budget was for 22. That was approved by the board same time last year. And then the preliminary budget that was proposed to the board, the initial proposal. And then we have the interim budget, which the board approved last month and was submitted to the state as the county's interim budget, and then the final budget. As you can see, we kept all of our revenue projections the same. We didn't see any market conditions or any reason to make any additional adjustments to the proposed amounts for next fiscal year. What did change, though, however, is if you look down toward the bottom in the green section, we have the grants and the 2021 American Rescue Plan budget. So during the interim budget, we had we initially only included in the interim budget $6 million, which is going to be the revenue replacement portion of the ARPA funds, and then $150,000 for 2 contracts. So what we have now in the final budget is the second half of the ARPA fund, which was received in June, and then again the carryover of all the unspent ARPA money from the first half. The grant line was changed for a capital housing grant. And then we have transfers that was changed by $60,000 for an additional support from the general fund to the economic development fund. And then the second largest change is the bond proceeds. So back in the spring, we asked the board for approval to issue and sell the 2022 general obligation refunding bonds, which will be used to refund the 2013 GO bond. That bond will close on July 5th, Monday, next week sometime. So in order to ensure that we could do the accounting behind the bond sale for the refunding, we're asking the board we've included the bond proceeds as well as the debt service payment for the refunding portion into the final budget, which is the $13 million, which includes the bonds themselves as well as the bond premium. And then the last portion, the significant portion of this budget is the budgeted cash. During the interim budget, it was estimated to be $21 million, which was what was needed to balance the budget of all the operating budget along with capital versus the estimated revenues resulted in for the entire county, $21 million short as far as balancing the budget. For the final budget, the reason why we have such a significant change is because of our capital projects. So when we ask the board to approve projects, the board approves a project for the life of that project. So a building will take more than a year, so it's what we consider a multi-year budget. However, the Department of Finance Administration doesn't recognize multiple-year budgets, so we have to rebudget those funds every single year. So At the last presentation, we presented a significant list of projects for budgeting next fiscal year, and the bulk of the budgeted cash of $137 million is to fund those projects, again, which was previously approved when those projects were presented to the board in the past. Next slide shows a reconciliation of the interim budget revenue amount. So for the interim budget revenue was $298 million, and the adjustments that we made to get to the final budget, almost $12 million in ARPA grant revenue that we added. Grants, which again was the capital housing grant of $685,000, transfers $60,000, and then again the 2022 general obligation bond proceeds and the bond premium at $13.3 million, and then the budget cash of $116.5 million for a total adjustment of $142.5 million, which brings us to a total revenue for the final budget at $441,330,415. Corresponding with the revenue, we have the expenditure side. The expenditure side, we have some significant changes, again, mostly with the capital outlay. So if you go down toward the bottom, 4 lines up, capital outlay, originally during the interim budget was presented at $26 million, which about 13, I think, of that, no, I'm sorry, maybe about $8, $9, $10 million of that was actually fixed asset requests. And then the rest of it was some capital items that were included as part of the interim budget. So the significant change from the $26.8 million to the $148 is a result of all the projects that were presented to the board at the last meeting, which we did. So the dollar amounts that were presented to the board were estimated at that time. We did a final reconciliation to try to account for as much activity that had occurred from the time that we pulled the information to when to the end of the accrual period for fiscal year 22, and the increase for the actual projects was slightly different than what was presented. In addition to the capital projects, we included an additional amount for ARPA, the 2021 American Rescue Plan. Originally, we had only budgeted $100,000 to be expended. We've changed that to $3.4 million. And then again, debt service. So the $26 million that was presented for the interim budget was just the normal debt service payments that the county is required to make next fiscal year. The addition, the increase to the $40 million there is a result of the refunding portion of the 2022 GO bonds. And then in addition to that, we have the contingency. So, excuse me. Referring to the previous resolution of committing fund balances, we do include in the budget some portions for contingency. So if the county were to ever experience an uninsured loss, or I apologize, uninsured loss or any of the unexpected, out of the realm, maybe not act of God kind of deal, but anything out of the normal, we do add some money to the budget. That way it's already available, that we can tap into, and then if we needed to actually go into the reserves, then we would come back to the board as previously described. A reconciliation from the interim budget to the final budget. Again, our interim budget was $298 million. The adjustments that we made to the interim budget to create the final budget. So the capital projects was a significant adjustment at $122 million. And then we have department adjustments, which include fixed asset carryover requests and corrections. The fixed asset requests are fixed asset requests that were previously approved in a different fiscal year, but the department is either unable to purchase them or just didn't need them at that moment in time, so they've asked us to carry that budget over. Again, those items were previously approved by the board, just not spent by the department. In addition, as we continue to look at the budget, we find little tiny corrections that we want to ensure that we make so that the department has the correct budget amount. We have the ARPA funds. So in addition to the ARPA funds that we budgeted during the interim, we are including an additional $2.8 million for the budget. And then we have the 2013 general obligation bond refunding payment, which is coming from the 2022 GO bond of $13.3 million, and then transfers of the $60,000. So the total adjustment, just like we saw in the revenue, $142 million, bringing us to a final budget of $441 million. And before I proceed to the last couple slides, are there any questions regarding the changes made from the interim budget to the final budget?
Excellent. Thank you, Director Herrera. Are there any questions from? Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yvonne, first of all, thank you, and the administration as into a very detailed outlay as into where our taxpayers' dollars are going and what we're doing. And some of the things that I see here, are you in, what slide are you on? I see the slide up there, but I've actually already.
Chair Hamilton, slide 6, Commissioner Garcia.
I see the 1.5 COLA. I see the budget for the rescue plan grant. I actually see the affordable housing shelter assistance. 21% increase in GRT tax. Cash reserves in the amount of $137 million. Ooh, we're doing good. So I'm just, as Commissioner Hughes mentioned, I'm actually not that slide, I'm sorry. I'm on the next slide.
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia, I think you're looking at the memo, maybe with a little summary. So,
I'm looking at the memo, sorry.
okay.
But not
So
there
what?
yet, that's fine.
So what I forgot to include, or should have included in this presentation is, so during the interim budget, the board, what we presented to the board was pretty much everything with the exception of capital projects. So in that budget, we included $5.7 million in a compensation package, which includes a 3% COLA, which will be effective countywide on July 2nd, an hourly rate increase. So we still have some county employees who were just under the $15 an hour rate. So we included additional funds in order to bring them all up to at least $15. In addition to that, we are in the process of a class and comp study, and there's two components to that, to those adjustments related to that study. The first one is the adjustment to the employee. So we took, I can't remember the exact amount, but over 70 salary ranges, and we condensed them down to 20. And what that did is that reassigned individuals to a new revised salary range. And what we have to do now is then look at those individuals and see how they fit within that range, and those that fall below it, we're going to adjust them up to at least the minimum of that new range. The second part of the class and comp study is to evaluate compaction. So now that we took all these several ranges and condensed them down to something smaller, we have to now look at where the individual county employees should actually be placed within that new range. And the total for the class and comp study that we estimated is just under $1.5 million. And then in addition to the COLA that's effective on July 2nd, we also proposed a 1.5% COLA that would take effect in January of 2023. And then in addition to that, beginning July 1st of 2022, we are required to contribute an additional 0.5% in parent contributions for all county employees, and that's estimated to be $500,000. And then we had department FTE reclassifications and new FTE requests. And then we also proposed a 5% insurance premium increase, which also included a tier change, which the county is absorbing most of that cost. So all those different components equal the $5.7 million, and that's included already in that interim budget amount within the presentation. So that's what we did for personnel for compensation.
Yes, you have the floor, but I don't think your mic is on.
Madam Chair, I was actually out health-wise for the strategic plan. However, did we talk about whether, I understand the manner is going to get, is in regards to whether it's the sheriff's budget or whether the county clerk's budget, because as you see on the news these days, there's, that the election stuff is just, nationwide is just, it's just, the nation is just being different and whatnot, but, or anywhere from Public Works Department, because there's an ex-commissioner who's no longer with us. He said there's 3 or 7 things that people look at. They look at don't raise their trash fees, don't raise their blade their roads, and don't raise their taxes, since we have no control over that. And so I know our Public Works Department actually needs some help out there. But so whatever you all talked about the strategic plan, did you guys all talk about this stuff, or I'm just going to start asking the hard questions. But that's just because if it's in this budget now, I just want to know what we're doing for elections or what or whatnot. But those are just the questions I'm asking.
Are there other questions? Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson, did you have a question?
No.
Director Herrera, I think we can move to the next part.
Madam Chair, there's a couple additional changes that we want to bring to the board's attention, just to be open and transparent. So, as part of the final budget, there were a couple of changes. While not significant dollar-wise, we wanted to make the board aware of them because they were part of the interim budget. So 2 of them, Corrections Department, and as part of their budget request this year, they submitted a fixed asset request for a body scanner, which was part of the interim budget, request ID 3172. They were able to find alternate funding for that item, but still requested that we keep the $146,000 in their budget, and how they want that amount broken out. Several things for the detention center: a canine, a dog, as well as kennel and housing. Wi-Fi upgrades for the actual building itself, and then security for the fiscal plant enhancements. Relocation of security cameras, bandit high-risk inmate transport security device, carport, portable jetter, laptops, and professional development training. All those individually totaled $146,000. So instead of fixed asset ID 3172, the budget would include each of these individual components. And then finally, during the FTE request that was presented to the board, the county manager IT division, we originally requested a IT generalist position. However, what the need is an IT desktop support specialist too, and both those positions are budgeted at the same hourly rate, so there is no budget impact. It's just a matter of adjusting the title of the position. And those items have been included as part of the final budget.
Okay, and I know you said it when you started, but I missed a couple of words. The Corrections Department on the previous slide doesn't need the scanner anymore. They've reallocated that money, or they already got it, or something?
They're going to be using alternate funding to purchase that body scanner.
I understand. Thank you. I knew you had said it, and I just missed it. I appreciate it.
Those are all the changes that were made from the interim budget to create the final budget. The next steps would be to request the board to approve the final budget. We would submit the final budget to the Department of Finance and Administration. The final budget again includes all the amounts that the board approved as part of the interim budget, which was the department's operating budget requests, the compensation package, as well as fixed asset requests. The final budget includes the capital projects and just some miscellaneous adjustments to ensure the department's budgets are correct. In addition to submitting the final budget to DFA, we'll also need to submit the fourth quarter report, which we'll bring back to the board next month for review and approval. And with that, I stand for any additional questions, and if not, then ask the board for their approval for the final budget.
That's excellent. Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to move to approve the final budget, including capital project budgets for submission to DFA.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not,
Yes,
you have additional questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Garcia, I'd like to keep them really directed to this specific item.
No, we're talking about the budget. I understand, but hold on, my monitor went down.
So, Madam Chair, if I could, I
Yes.
would note that, while this is the final budget, in quotes, for fiscal year '23, it doesn't mean that the budget is cast in stone.
Yes.
The board can and does make budget adjustments periodically, throughout the year.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Garcia?
The last year or two, we actually had to re-roof the correctional facility. And so that took a huge chunk out of our budget. And so as long as it's not cast in stone, we still have some money that we can play with and how we need to orchestrate different things that need to work out or what we need to do, right?
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia, yes. So it's just a nomenclature that DFA uses as far as naming the budgets. But after budget adjustments cannot begin until after DFA has approved the budget for the county, which is about September. After that, we will, throughout the year, bring forth budget adjustments for new funding that departments receive, as well as any additional funding or reallocation like we did at one point in time during the year. We did bring forth to the board a reallocation of ARPA funding that was different from the initial initiatives that the board approved. So yes, so nothing's finalized until we actually end the fiscal year, and that's not for another 12 more months. So adjustments will be done as necessary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Yvonne. As Manager Schaefer mentioned, so this is the last time that the County Commission will see this proposed budget.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this specific one, if the board approves it tonight, then we will submit it to DFA, and then we won't be able to make any additional adjustments, but that won't happen until next fiscal year. So this budget, yes, this will be the final time that you see this particular number, but in the future, we'll bring adjustments to the board.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? So this passes. Thank you very much, Director Herrera. Can I get a resolution number, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Of course, Madam Chair. 6C will be resolution number 2022-047.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Of course.
That takes us to item 6D, which is request approval for collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe County Firefighters Association. And it says I'm getting both of you. I don't know who to go to, Attorney Brown or Director Quintana. But welcome to both of you. No, I have my head still swivels. Whichever you're comfortable with. Is your green light on your mic? It is now. Thank you.
So we're here this afternoon to request approval of Amendment 1 to the collective bargaining agreement with our fire union. And the amendment would increase their pay scale by 3% The budget you just approved included sufficient funds to allow for a 3% increase, and the union was pleased to agree to a draft amendment that is before you today implementing that 3% increase. The increase would go into effect on July 16th, which is the beginning of a 28-day pay cycle for the fire department. Their increases generally track that 28-day pay cycle. And there are 2 pay scales in their contract, one that will be in effect from now until, I believe, January of 2023. And the new pay scale would go into effect with the 3% increase in January as well. So both pay scales would be increased by the 3%. And we stand for questions.
Excellent. Are there any questions, Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So does this include from the fire chief all the way down, or is this lieutenants or is this sergeants? What is it for?
Chair and Commissioner Garcia, this is for bargaining unit members only. The collective bargaining agreement applies to the positions of firefighter EMT basic, firefighter EMT 1, engineer, firefighter paramedic, firefighter lieutenant paramedic, station or shift training captain. Although the station captains are not yet part of the bargaining unit, we are in the process of working with the labor board to place them into the bargaining unit. And Fire Pro Specialist 1 and Fire Pro Specialist 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Brown. So is this, I know it's through the state statute, but this doesn't apply to volunteers, right?
No.
Chair, Commissioner Garcia, no, this does not have any bearing on the volunteers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for what you guys have done, because working with bargaining is challenging. Thank you.
Chair Hamilton?
Yes.
And, Commissioners, I just want to add a little more information. The fire chief and all other non-union staff are being evaluated as part of the class and comp plan.
So for clarity, in case anybody's confused, this is being done because we basically approved the 3% COLA for everybody, but the different unions have to receive it in different ways according to their bargaining units, which we have several items on. So, are there other questions from any? Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, I'd like to request approval of Amendment Number 1 to collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe County Firefighter Association Local 4366.
Second.
Excellent, thank you. I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that takes us to item E, I'm just checking, which is request approval for the amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of States, Counties, and Municipal Employees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second contract amendment before you. This is for our bargaining unit at corrections for security officers. And it is also a 3% COLA. This would go into effect on their pay scale July 2nd of 2022 if approved, and would also allow for a 3% COLA for corporals who are not on the pay scale.
Excellent. Other question, Commissioner Hanson?
I just want to thank Rachel and Sonia for your hard work on negotiating all of these collective bargains. And with that, I'm going to request approval of number 1 to collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, New Mexico Council 18, Local 1413.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that takes us to 6F, which is request approval of Amendment 1 to the collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, New Mexico Council 18, Local 413M.
Commissioner Hamilton, Chair Hamilton, Commissioners, we're here to respectfully request approval of a 3% COLA for Local 1413M, M for medical, effective July 2nd, 2022. That covers employees in the titles of RN, LPN, and pharmacy tech.
Excellent, thank you so much. Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
I move for approval.
Second.
So I have an motion. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. G is then the request for approval of Amendment 5 to the collective bargaining agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, New Mexico Council 18, Local 1782, FLCIO.
Chair Hamilton, Commissioners, we're here to respectfully request approval of a 3% cost of living effective July 2nd, 2022 for our hardworking AFSCME 1782 employees. I won't list all the titles because they touch every single department and we'd be here all afternoon.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve item 6G.
Second.
Excellent. A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item H was tabled, as Manager Schaefer mentioned at the beginning. So item I is a resolution delegated to the county manager the authority to negotiate for workers' compensation coverage for fiscal year 2023 and to execute purchase orders, agreements, and other documents necessary and advisable to effectuate such coverage. And we have several people up here, so if you'll please introduce yourselves. And
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Melinda Jagos Moquino. I am the Deputy HR Risk Management Division Director. And alongside with me, Sonia, my superior, as well as our representative from Hub International, who is our broker. His name is Bob Zettel. Did that your name correctly?
Yes. Yeah, I'm Bob Zettel, Vice President of Commercial Lines Operations for the Southwest region of Hub International.
excellent. Thank you for being here.
And he's here to answer any technical questions you may have. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and present item I on the agenda. And I just want to summarize everything for you here. Santa Fe County, through the broker of Hub International, went out for solicitation for for proposals for workers' compensation. We received 2 bids, one from New Mexico County Insurance Authority Association, acronym of NMCIA, so I'll reference that, as well as New Mexico Mutual, who is our current provider right now. Right now, HR and Risk Management are requesting the Board of County Commissioners to choose the most advantageous proposal to the county with subject resolution, delegate county manager to bid on the coverage. The 2 proposals we received was one from NMCIA in the amount of $689,560, offer of the first dollar offering the estimated to provide the county with the lowest cost of insurance. First dollar meaning that there's no deductible and also or self-insurance retention. For the record, this is the lowest since 2013 that the county has paid, annual contribution of $780,000 with no deductible. And MCIA offered 3 optional deductible amounts of $10,000, $25,000, and $50,000, utilizing statistical analysis of 95% confidence intervals, and confirmed the best offer of $689,560. New Mexico Mutual offered 1 option deductible at $25,000 with a premium amount of $598,443. with an expected deductible retention at $25,000 is $216,000 at midpoint average. So if you add that and the premium amount, it comes up to $814,878. So the difference between New Mexico County Insurance Authority and New Mexico Mutual is $126,119. So we are recommending to go with New Mexico County's Insurance Authority. With that, we stand for questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Melinda, and everyone. So are there any questions? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So this might be for County Manager Schaefer. So we have to carry workman's comp and we have to pay this much money. It's not qualified. It's not, doesn't actually covered by the state? Or I guess why are we paying this insurance premiums? I guess if that's the right question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia. State law requires that you either have workers' compensation coverage or you self-insure that risk, and so that's what this is designed to accomplish. And by securing coverage through the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, which, as the board knows, is a joint powers agreement entity created by member counties. We're in effect self-insuring or pooling our resources in order to cover our workers' compensation risk in accordance with state law.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what happens in a situation if an individual gets hurt on the job? So does this actually cover as much as they get hurt, or do we need to pay an additional cost if something unfortunately would happen?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if I understood the question correctly, yes, this action would ensure that the county, through whichever selected offeror, has resources available to provide the coverages to which any employee injured on the job is entitled under state law. So that is this action.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Are there any other questions? If not, what is the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson?
I move to approve to a resolution delegating the county manager the authority to negotiate the workers' compensation as recommended by Ms. Molkino.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Oh, you did. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Can I get a resolution number?
But of course, Madam Chair, 6I is resolution number 2022-048.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And that takes us to the final miscellaneous action item, 6J, which is to request authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code to add a new section to establish the Extraterritorial Land Use Authority, et cetera. And we have Penny Ellis Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The enactment of the SLDC created an ambiguity as to the status of the Extraterritorial Land Use Authority, known as ALUA, and the Extraterritorial Land Use Commission, known as ALUC. This subject ordinance would remove that ambiguity by enacting new sections of the SLDC to create those bodies. Among other benefits of doing so, action by ALUA and ALUC may be necessary to implement any agreement related to annexation reached by the city and the county. State statute authorizes the creation of ALUA and ALUC to exercise concurrent extraterritorial zoning jurisdiction within the 2 miles boundary of the city for zoning and within 5 miles for subdivision and platting. In 2008, the city and county agreed to create a LUA and a LUC in a settlement agreement and in the 2008 JPA. Santa Fe County Ordinance number 2008-17, which amended the Land Development Code, established a LUA and a LUC, but a LUA and a LUC have been inactive for years, so no annexation petitions have been recently filed requiring their recommendation or approval. If the subject ordinance is ultimately adopted, a LUA and a LUC would be duly constituted as decision-making bodies under the SLDC by adding 2 new sections to Chapter 3. These bodies would not, however, hear land use cases or make independent land use regulations. Instead, under the ALUA Ordinance 2013-1, the zoning, subdivision, planning, and platting of property in the areas to be annexed should be governed by the City of Santa Fe, and in the areas outside the annexation areas would be governed by the SLDC. In the case of annexation petitions, the LUC would make a recommendation and a LUA would approve or disapprove them. The ordinance establishes the membership term and responsibilities for both boards. A LUA membership would consist of 4 county commissioners, 3 city councilors, and the remaining county commissioners and city councilors would serve as alternates. The ALUC membership would be 5 County Planning Commission members and 5 City Planning Commission members, and the remaining County and City Planning Commission members would serve as alternates. Terms for all membership is 2 years, and staff requests authorization to publish title and general summary of this ordinance, and it would then be heard by the Planning Commission and come back for approval to the Board of County Commissioners. And I stand for questions.
Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. I'll come to you in a sec. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If this ordinance passes the county after the public hearings, does that create these 2 bodies, or does the city have to take some action as well?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I believe that would create us to be able to establish those bodies, but the city would have to appoint on their end, and the board would have to appoint on their end. So you would appoint the county commissioners to sit on a LUA and the planning commissioners to sit on a LUC, and the city would need to do the same.
Okay, but in other words, the city doesn't need to pass their own ordinance to create.
They already have, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Excellent. Was that it? Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, thank you. So Ms. Ellis, the way I hear it, we're going to create the extraterritorial zoning again. Is that what we're doing?
The Extraterritorial Land Use Authority and Land Use Commission to act upon annexation issues.
That's all they would do.
So that's all they're going to do is just, thank you, Madam Chair, they're just going to act upon annexation issues. They're not going to talk about whether you have to build a subdivision in the 2 mile or whether you have to get a land division in 5 miles outside the city limits. So they're just going to act on annexation.
That is correct. The ALUA Ordinance 2013-1 still is in existence, and that says everything inside the presumptive city limits will go to the city for approval for zoning, subdivisions, etc., and anything outside the presumptive city limits would come to the county for approval. So that is still in effect. So the only thing that would come to a LUC and a LUA would be annexation petitions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Commissioner mentioned earlier, so who's going to staff this committee? Who's going to staff this new committee?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, it would be growth management staff and legal staff.
So, Madam Chair, so did the city have any staffing to do with this, or were the counties going to staff it all?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm assuming on the city end, they would need to appoint people, and we may well be working with their land use department and their attorney's department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Ellis-Green. So once again, this is just a committee that is just regarding annexation, right? That's if you have a lot split, or my grandma has to split up her property to get a building permit. This is not for like the old extraterritorial zoning the way it was. This is just for annexation purposes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, the old Allure ordinance still stands, so anything inside the presumptive city limits goes to the city, outside comes to us for subdivisions, land divisions, zonings, conditional use permits, etc.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So how does this work with the current annexation agreement that we have with the city? How is, we have 25 different proposals that was actually because of Los Solares that the judge said, you guys will have an annexation agreement. And so how do we, so now, how does it work with how does the committee going to work with the annexation agreement? Because we have agreement, so now this committee is going to do what? Follow the agreement, not follow the agreement?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, these committees would act upon any petitions related to those agreements and related to the annexation.
Manager Schaefer, you had something to add, I believe.
No, well, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia. Nothing would change. So land use applications are now going to the city for permits, and land use applications are coming to the county for property outside of the presumptive city limits. None of that's going to change. So land use will continue as it has since the last extraterritorial land use authority ordinance was adopted. This simply cleans up an ambiguity that was created when the SLDC was adopted.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
I had a question as far as we had Santa Cruz, the city of Espanola, that was looking at annexation a few years ago, and this would only be specific to the annexation with the city of Santa Fe. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, that is correct. This is specific to the extraterritorial area around the city of Santa Fe only.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a very good question because, as you know, Ms. Ellis Green, back in the days, we used to have an extraterritorial zone around Espanola, Arroyo Seco. We used to have an extraterritorial zone around the city of Santa Fe. And whenever that some individuals don't realize, but the town of Edgewood, I-40 is, we used to have 5 or 6 miles south of I-40 in the town of Edgewood. And you remember when the town of Edgewood became a municipality, they just annexed all the way, you know where I'm going with it. But that's a very good question, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Penny, for bringing this forward. I recognize this is just cleanup and to actually enable us to complete some of the final agreements with the annexation that exists. And with that, I would like to request authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code, ordinance number 2016-9, to add a new section 3.6 to establish the Extraterritorial Land Use Authority and a new section 3.7 to establish the Extraterritorial Land Use Commission.
Thank you. I have a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And once again, thank you. So that takes us to item 7, presentations. And we have a presentation on the La Sala Crisis Center. And so I'd welcome Alex, and I know Rachel O'Connor is on the WebEx, and Kate Field and Laura Grant, I assume, are here, I see. So, Alex, to you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, I'm Alex Dominguez with Community Services Department Behavioral Health Program. CSD Director Rachel O'Connor, as you all know, is not able to be with us here in person, but has joined us via WebEx. She sends her sincere regrets for not being able to be here in person. That being said, a lot of what you're going to hear today is really a direct result of Director O'Connor's vision for behavioral health services for Santa Fe County residents. With that, I'd like to give you a brief history of how we got to this point today. Back in 2014, Santa Fe County developed a health action plan to establish priorities and guide the county in healthcare spending. The overwhelming recommendations was the need for crisis services. In 2016, county voters approved a bond authorizing $2 million in capital funds for a behavioral health crisis center. In 2017, the county voters approved in 2017, the Board of County Commissioners, voted to support a 1/8 GRT with $1.6 million dedicated to the operation of the crisis center. The county also released a request for proposals for the planning and operation of the crisis center. In 2018, the Board of County Commissioners approved the county-owned building located at 2052 Galisteo as a future location for the crisis center. That same year, New Mexico Solutions was selected as our primary partner to plan and operate the crisis center. The county also released a request for proposal to provide inpatient detoxification services for those challenged with substance use disorders. In 2019, Santa Fe Recovery was selected as the managing partner to provide detox services for adults challenged with SUD. And in May of 2020, construction efforts began to renovate the Galisteo building, the future Santa Fe County Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Renovations were completed in May of 2021, and a year ago this month, Santa Fe Recovery moved into the building. 1 month later, New Mexico Solutions also moved in to the place we now call La Sala. Today I stand before you with our two primary partners who provide services at La Sala. They will be updating you on current status of client care and services that they offer. But before I hand this over to them, I would like to thank our Board of County Commissioners and County Manager Schaefer for all your continued support in making a recommendation that was made back in 2014 into a reality of what is today the only behavioral health center in the state of New Mexico that offers a unique blend of co-located substance use disorder services with mental health care next to it, a model that is not only being duplicated around the state, but nationwide as well. So with that being said, I'd like to start with New Mexico Solutions. This is Ms. Kate Field. She is the Crisis Services Director and also the Operating Officer, Chief Operating Officer, no, I get his title wrong.
Executive Director.
Executive Director of New Mexico Solutions that was also able to join us.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, thank you. I'm Dr. David Lay. I'm the Executive Director of New Mexico Solutions. I want to just say, since 2017, we've been partnered with the county, and I have to give my sincere appreciation and congratulations to the county and the Community Services Department. They are, frankly, my best partners that I've ever worked with. They listen to me. They have been supportive and collaborative. As a result, I think La Sala has been incredibly successful, and that is the result of the work that you and the department do, so thank you. The living room model that New Mexico Solutions operates in La Sala is a crisis treatment center. We've been licensed by the New Mexico State Department of Health. As Alex said, we are co-housed with the Recovery Center and Detox. As we were developing the model for La Sala, that was one of the things we heard nationwide, was that many of the people that come for crisis treatment services need support around detox. So by being co-located with Santa Fe Recovery Center is really ideal for the people that come to us for services. Lastly, we are unique in the state in that we have a mobile crisis team integrated with La Sala that operates out of our facility, able to work with people in the community experiencing crisis, bring them back to the crisis center. And in some cases, we're seeing people in the crisis center that we've engaged with in mobile crisis. Now they know about us and come to us for help. There's 2 other crisis triage centers in the state of New Mexico, one in Las Cruces, one in Santa Fe. one in Albuquerque. The one here in Santa Fe is unique, and I'll tell you frankly right now is the most successful. We are seeing the most patients and have achieved the most in the time we've been operating. We did open in August 21. We had a phased-in operational plan where we were open, increasing hours and offering increasing services. We actually skipped phase 3 in the contract with the county because we were able to go immediately to phase 4 as of April 1, which is full operations. And that was the result of Kate Field. Kate is our Director of Crisis Services. She was previously with PMS, with the Mobile Crisis Services here in Santa Fe, and has been an extraordinary partner. The success that we've had thus far is all the work of Kate, so thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you, Dr. Lay. Thank you for your time today. It's a pleasure to be back with you all. I'll move along in our presentation here. You see before you the layout of operations. This is what it takes to run the Crisis Triage Center as far as staffing. We get a lot of questions about this, so I thought I'd share the type of staffing that it takes. We are open 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and we have our 24/7 mobile crisis team. Of course, staffing is a challenge right now, but we've been fairly successful, and we have healthy coverage right now, which is great. Here's just a basic list of the services one might be able to expect to receive at the Crisis Center. Obviously, some case management and navigation to long-term services, such as ongoing therapy, medical services if needed, wraparound behavioral health care. Of course, we have what's not on this list is some stabilization and de-escalation services with therapists, with clinicians. That would be the baseline. We do have a certified peer support worker. I hope to hire more. They do incredible work. So we do have a peer support available during business hours 8 to 5. We have medical staff. We have to have a nurse on site as an operating CTC. And we have found, to my surprise, that in fact there is some important overlap there when we have folks that are getting dropped off from, say, the fire department. It's important to have a little bit of medical assessment there and some support for those individuals who might have some medical complexities. People can get their assessment, of course, and some psychiatric or prescriber support from a nurse practitioner that we contract with. We do have a small pharmacy on site, and we do offer some transportation for most of the individuals that need ongoing case management services. And of course, we do have some respite housing support with hotel vouchers. I can't read my own slide. Okay, so this is an approximation of what the overview of business operations looks like. So 4 to 7 encounters per day. I know that in the past we've talked about head count numbers in this site, and what I want to emphasize for you all is that these individuals are generally, if you're familiar with the HUGS program at Christus St. Vincent, the high utilizer program, that's the type of clientele that we're seeing. Complex crises, people who need multiple barriers addressed. So we'll have those initial encounters, but then we'll spend several weeks. As you'll see, about 90% of our cases require ongoing care. Majority of clients are walk-in, referred from Santa Fe Fire Department as well. The alternative response unit that they run is a very strong partner for us. What makes that partnership work is they're able to transport individuals directly from an emergency scene to us. So if we're not doing that from a mobile crisis standpoint, they'll bring them in. And of course, we're always pushing for as many clients to be brought to us that are appropriate, as opposed to the emergency department, and of course, the jail. Here's a little list of our daily partners. No surprises here. Quite close relationship with County Lead Program and the County Sheriff. They often use our space to meet with their clients and do a little case management. That's better, thank you. So our list of accomplishments, it looks small, but it required a lot of work, actually. So we were very pleased to receive full accreditation by CARF, which is essentially like Joint Commission or JCO. We have full staffing now, which was wonderful. Pending final licensure by the DOH, that's imminent. We have contracted with Medicaid and all 3 MCOs and submitting claims and billings to the amount of $76,000 as of May. Yes, lessons learned. So what I mentioned before, client encounters are not one and done. They need a therapist, they need an assessment, they need case management, they need weeks of support to get them to the next long-term agency. The role of nursing, I mentioned that briefly. Limited access to community services, so we know there's a dearth of behavioral health support in our community. That means that there's long wait lists, and that means that we will hold people a little bit longer than you might expect until they are appropriately transferred. And the complexity. It's really important that all the community agencies work together so that we can coordinate care and really ensure that these people are out of crisis. There's some nice quotes. Detective Ficky from Santa Fe County Sheriff Department was actually someone who contacted us for ongoing support for a crime victim, and we were able to support that victim through her hospitalization and court proceedings. So that was kind of a unique honor. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Lay.
Some of the things that we have ahead of us, we are working with the state around funding for non-Medicaid patients. We're working with the state and the MCOs around trying to increase the flow of Medicaid funds into the agency so that we can support the programs in the future with less reliance on the county funding, so that you guys can reallocate some of those funds to other community needs. We are talking with the county because some of the things that we've learned is that there are, as Kate mentioned, there aren't a lot of services in the county for us to refer or discharge these people to where they can be stable. So we're working with the county and with the Community Services Department to identify where those service gaps are to try to help fill them. And then lastly, working with Director O'Connor around a public information campaign this summer to increase community awareness of the Crisis Center and how we can support people so that we can get to the point that we are, again, less reliant on county funding and have sustainable funding moving forward. We'd like to invite Laura Grant from Santa Fe Recovery Center to talk to you guys about the detox services. And then we can stand for questions after that, if that's okay.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So as Dr. Lay said, I'm Laura Grant, Chief Operating Officer, taking my mask off. From Santa Fe Recovery Center, and I want to start out by thanking Rachel O'Connor and Alex Dominguez for their incredible support, the Public Works Department, this commission, and the county manager for their partnership in delivering La Sala. We also really want to express our gratitude to not only the county, but Christus St. Vincent's and Quorum Foundation for their ongoing operational support. So as you know, Santa Fe Recovery Center moved into the renovated facility at La Sala a year ago from its temporary home at the Midtown campus, which enabled Santa Fe Recovery Detox to increase capacity from 15 to 27 clients. and including pregnant women. We detox pregnant women. With the increased capacity at La Sala and the change in an admission philosophy, which came into play last summer, there's been a marked increase in clients who have been admitted to the detox program. In fiscal year 21, with a 15-bed capacity in detox, we admitted 686 clients. In fiscal year 21, the 11 months into fiscal year 21, with the increase in bed capacity, we've admitted 1,169 clients. And annualized, that's an increase of 85% over the previous fiscal year. We've operated without interruption through COVID and through moves. We operate 24/7 for the purpose of providing safe, medically monitored residential withdrawal treatment. With the move to Galisteo Street, La Sala, we were able to expand the level of our detox service to include social and medically monitored detox. And with this increased level of care, medically monitored detox, we can accept clients with a broader range of addictions, as well as people with co-occurring medical conditions. In fiscal year 2022, or the 11 months we're tracking, 70% of our detox clients required this higher level of medically monitored detox. Without it, it could be that we didn't accept them. So I mentioned that last summer we changed our admission and treatment protocols, where we had excluded clients who were using fentanyl, benzodiazepines, as well as patients with serious psychological diagnoses. But now, because of our medically monitored detox protocols, as well as the change in admission policies, we can accept these clients and treat them while they're in our care. All clients are coming in with mental health and behavioral health issues, as well as their substance use diagnoses. And reducing these barriers to entry have made a marked impact in our client census. We made the change in August, and starting in September, the census went up. We've also reopened our walk-in admissions at our Jaguar Drive facility. They had been closed since COVID. These are all things that we're trying to do to safely reduce the barriers to entry. We're also now tracking in our drug of choice, substance of choice statistics. We're tracking fentanyl use, and there has been a marked increase in use within just the last 11 months that we've been tracking this data. The average stay in detox is 4.5 days, and after discharge from detox, a client can choose to continue into Santa Fe Recovery's residential treatment or outpatient program. In fiscal year 22, 37% of clients in detox transferred to our residential programs, and we hope to see that number increase. Part of the constraint on that move to the next level, the continuum of care, is bed capacity, and Santa Fe Recovery Center is working on increasing the number of beds there. in residential treatment. And we have a very solid team in detox led by Sarah Tombolisi, who is our head nurse, and with 24/7 on-call medical on-call. When a client is in detox, they receive a therapy treatment and assessment from a licensed clinician, as well as case management. We have expanded our activities to 7 days a week for clients, including 12-step meetings, peer support, medication education, harm reduction, meditation, art therapy, chair yoga, and something called AcuDetox, which is acupuncture geared toward that population. Santa Fe Recovery has strong relationships with Christus St. Vincent's and Presbyterian hospitals. The ARU has facilitated client admissions to the program and help coordinate care. As Kate and Dr. Lay mentioned, we collaborate closely with New Mexico Solutions and continue to build on that relationship, looking for a solution, for the one-door solution for clients coming into our care. We collaborate on a number of operational matters, including services that New Mexico Solutions are offering to our clients, art therapy. On a number of occasions, they've helped us with de-escalating clients, and in turn, our kitchens supply food for their clients who need it. We collaborate, as Dr. Lay and Kate said, this is not a one-stop solution. We collaborate very closely with agencies throughout the community. Our case management works with clients to address food insecurity, registration for food stamps, finding PCPs, enrolling in Medicaid, legal issues, and so forth. They're only in detox for a short time, but we at least hope to put them on the right path and get them some of the resources that they need. Our greatest challenge, as acknowledged by all of us right now, I guess, has been staffing. But we are closer to 24/7 nursing and a full complement of direct care staff than we have been in the past year. And with 24/7 nursing, we will look for a new level of pharmacy license, which will allow us to keep certain stock medications in-house, and will reduce our reliance on hospital and commercial pharmacies. This is going to be a long process for us, but it will be a formative change for the program. I think it's important, as my colleagues at New Mexico Solutions acknowledge, that we're working with the most vulnerable populations. And a number of them are high utilizers who are very familiar to the hospitals, the police, the fire department, and the community. And we can celebrate some successes where a HUGS client comes in multiple times to detox, and we don't prohibit that at all. And there are times when they go on to residential treatment, and that is an incredible success, and which we celebrate as a community. We do keep up with our clients after they discharge. We follow up with them to find out how they're doing. If they need social services, we connect them with resources. If they need to come back into treatment, we connect them with our resources once again. And we have launched within the last year alumni groups, which have been very impactful, where it's peer support, it's people who have been through the process, are living recovery every day, and we're building on that initiative. So again, I want to thank you for allowing me to give a report.
That's excellent. That's quite a lot. I really appreciate the information. Alex and Dr. Lay, is there more to the presentation, or shall I open it up for questions?
No, Madam Chair, Commissioners, no. With that, I believe we stand for questions.
Really appreciate all of you being here. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Something that's much needed in this community, and as myself, that actually, as well as Mr. Montano back there, we were some of the project managers that actually worked on that facility and got it going where it is today. And today you guys have changed it around, but something when you walk down Cerritos Road, it's a much needed facility, because there's individuals out there that they need somewhere to go. And so, and another thing I would like to thank is the voters of Santa Fe County, because, ex-Commissioner Robert Anaya, he actually had the vision to put it on the agenda, and the other fellow commissioners before all of us were up here actually put it on the agenda, and the voters of Santa Fe County voted to get it built. Doctor, you and your team, thank you for what you do, because thank you for what you do, because our community needs it, and it breaks my heart, but it's something that's needed. But thank you for what you New Mexico Solutions, as well as your team at what you do. Community Services Department, you guys do an excellent job. Probably one of the best in the state. So congratulations on that. So somebody talked about, well, my question is about marketing. How do we market that La Sala is out there? How do we go talk to people out there in the street and tell them, if you need to come in here, you're welcome to come here? How do we go about doing that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that scope of work, we just recently made a decision on how to move forward with that scope of work. So generally speaking, we have not detailed that directly with the agency that we'll be working with, but what we do want to do is not only get the word out of the services that are offered to the residents of Santa Fe County, but we also want to introduce them to the services that are being provided at La Sala that can facilitate not only through those who are in need, but also to inform the caregivers, the family members, the children. Also, we're looking at that because we do provide services in the field for those in crisis from the age of 14 and up. But as far as the strategy as a whole, that has not been panned out, only because it was only as of yesterday that we got word to move forward and how we're going to move forward with that media campaign.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. As being a former school board member, maybe you might want to check with the schools, because, children actually, they might want to reach out to their family or their uncles or aunts or whatever else and say, there's a place for you to go. Thank you for that. In regards to the recovery center, you actually, first of all, sorry to hear about Larry. I knew Larry. And that was a hard, yep, that's a whole different story, but that was hard. But you mentioned, I'm sure you mentioned stuff about tracking. How do you track the individuals, and how does that go? We continue to track them.
We track them through the phone. We track them through their phone number, their mother's phone numbers, their girlfriends' and boyfriends' phone numbers, their sisters and brothers. We work very hard while they're still in treatment to get lists of contact numbers, not just one number from them, so we can try to keep up with them. I will say that despite heroic attempts, it's often very difficult to get in contact with people. Some people just aren't ready to tell you that they're in trouble again. But the ones that do pick up the phone, the ones who will admit that they need help, we're ready to give it to them. So that's a success.
What's happening with the facility at
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia. So as you may recall, we released a request for proposal for the Edgewood area in October of 2021. In that request for proposal, we had 9 objectives of services outlined. Unfortunately, we did not get the full response we were hoping. We did end up contracting with the Mountain Center, who responded to 2 of those objectives. The Mountain Center is now providing services in the Edgewood area. They are housed out of the First Choice building. It's actually a very, very positive partnership, because the 2 objectives that the Mountain Center responded to was intervention and education related to substance use services. So they are actually working directly with First Choice Services, who provides medically assisted treatment. And so it's become a really good partnership with very positive feedback from them to us. As we move forward, because of us not being very, not satisfied with the response that we received, we went out and we actually did get some feedback from other agencies that we had tried to, that we sent the RFP to, as well as the Mountain Center. And a lot of them responded in the same manner, which was they were concerned about the workforce. So as we move forward, we all, of course, understand that, and we hope that that's going to change. And we will be revisiting in fiscal year 23 the services and expansion in the Edgewood area. We also included some language with the Mountain Center that after 6 months of operation, we would sit down and discuss the possibility of them expanding and adding some more of the objectives that we were looking for, as well as making a decision on how to proceed with a new RFP or a new LOI, whatever the process is best for us to continue to expand these services in the Edgewood area. So that is a priority of my program, as well as Director O'Connor's. So we will continue to work on that until we are able to start providing the services that we feel are necessary, which, as you may all understand, by the time we get there, we're probably going to need some more anyway. So we will continue to work on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, I don't know, are we still in communication with Bernalillo County? Do you know?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we are. We originally were looking at a partnership with them, and then they chose to go in a different direction. We are in touch with their mental health services director, and they are looking to start. They are hiring their staff as of July 1st and hoping to start providing services in Tijeras by August 1st. The collaboration and the partnership will be a little different from what originally was imagined, and that will be our services that we start to expand in Edgewood will be complementary to the services that they're going to be providing in Tijeras. So yes, to answer your question, Madam Chair, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And then one last question. Like, we just approved the budget, so you guys have budget for that facility down there still?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, we do.
Yes. Thank you. And once again, Madam from the Recovery Center, sorry about Larry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you all for your presentation. La Sala is incredibly important in the county, and I'm glad that we're a leader in that. I'm curious to know where the fentanyl is coming from, if you can answer that. I mean, I know that's a big question, but we hear, oh, all of this stuff is coming from Mexico. But, I don't think it's coming from Mexico. I think it's coming from many different sources. But, do you have any ideas?
Yeah, go ahead.
It is a difficult question to answer, but I can tell you that, and this is not going to sound positive, but it's everywhere, really. The little pills are being pressed in the streets, domestically, in every state across the country. I think that there are channels of import at all of our borders, unfortunately, and it is devastating to our population, particularly here.
It is very devastating. And a number of years ago, it was under the impression it was coming from China. But as you said, I agree with you. I think that it is coming from everywhere. It's not one location. And I think that that needs to be dispelled, that it's only coming from across the border in the southern part of the state, because that is not true. And, that it is actually pervasive everywhere. And I don't know that much about it. I don't know how people get it or create it, but it is a serious issue, and one that we all need to be very concerned about. And so I was not happy that you brought it up, but it is an important thing that we need to address and not ignore it, because I see it as something that's very deadly and impactful to our young people and our community. So any ideas or suggestions or help that we can have to educate our youth about how to be aware of this devastating drug, to me, is really important.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just respond to that briefly, Commissioner Hanson, if you're able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. That's great, Director O'Connor.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you, Commissioner. The idea of fentanyl and the extent to which it's in our community is very frightening. I do want to share with you that the Community Services Department, in partnership with other departments like the fire department, are doing a fentanyl public awareness campaign right now to educate youth and their families. We have posters that are out. Chanel Delgado from our youth services, I think there's a new bus wrap that just came out on fentanyl. And we're in the early stages of working on that. But it's a nice collaboration between all of us here at the county in moving forward with trying to address both the education and the harm reduction issues that come along with fentanyl. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. And thank you, everybody, for this discussion, because it is very serious. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I just had a couple of quick questions. One is for each service, are there ever times that you are so full that you can't serve everybody who comes to you?
There are times when our beds are full, and we have we work with various other agencies. We work with Consuela's place holds 2 beds for us, for individuals waiting to get into detox. We are establishing a relationship with Pathways Shelter to do the same. They're in Espanola. Unfortunately, there are limits to the capacity.
Thank you. That's what I expected, and good. I'm glad that Espanola, Pathways, and Consuelos are holding beds for you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, in our case, when we're at capacity, it essentially means that we have fragile individuals in the center who need specific private space. provided to them. So we generally don't see that we have too many people, but we may have too many fragile people who need the care of the staff. And so when we have that staffing structure and a pair of a therapist and a case manager with someone, and then we have a pair out in the field on a mobile crisis call, we would need additional staffing. We generally don't have that issue. And being open the hours that we are now is really helpful because we can extend that care through the day. But that's what it looks like for us.
Okay, and in terms of La Salle, do you get more referrals from Christus now? I think Alex had mentioned that that was kind of a problem, that they weren't really referring people who you could have taken care of. And
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, in fact, we are seeing that. Those referrals are difficult to track, of course. Most of the folks are using all of the services at both hospitals, at LifeLink, at PMS, and us as well. But we do have a great relationship with Christus right now. We meet with them a couple times a month, and I work with their crisis counselors almost daily to navigate individuals.
okay, thank you. And thank you all for the good work that you do. We appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I had.
Thank you so much. If there aren't any other questions, I can do nothing but thank you also for the great work, and thank you as well, Director O'Connor. Really appreciate that you're here with us today. Thanks so much for the presentation. We'll look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
So that takes us item 8, which is matters of public concern. And I know we have one person who pre-registered to make a comment. So I know we have Flavian Lupinetti. If you're on WebEx and you want to unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here.
Well, welcome. And Daniel, if you could put up, the 3-minute timer. If you could identify yourself and make your comment, that would be great.
Yes, my name is Flavian Lupinetti, and I wish to address the closure of the Tesuque Solid Waste Transfer Center. We who attended the community meeting about this on June 20th learned a lot that evening. We learned that the study the county used to justify the closure is 8 years old. We learned part of the payment requested by the Tesuque Pueblo to continue the use of its land reflected the county's not participating in the Pueblo's permitting process for decades. We learned the proposed payment going forward would amount to, at most, 0.03% of the county's budget, hardly an exorbitant amount given our high and steadily increasing property taxes. We learned that the claim that the Pueblo would not consider a long-term agreement is at least somewhat disingenuous. The Pueblo sets a 2-year limit on its contracts, and it was the longer-term handshake agreement with the county that was the anomaly. We learned that Commissioner Roybal has not met with the Pueblo leadership to address this matter even once in almost 1.5 years. But we learned one good thing that evening, that the Pueblo is willing to resume negotiations to continue leasing its land for use as a transfer station. The county commissioners must take advantage of this willingness and inform the Pueblo that you wish to meet with them again for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment, sir. I don't have anybody else who has pre-signed up, but is there anybody else on WebEx who wishes to address the BCC on any matter? Daniel, do you see anybody else on WebEx who may want to address the county commission?
I don't see anybody indicating that they would like to speak. However, there is one call-in user.
So I'll ask just one more time for clarity. Is there anybody else on WebEx who wishes to address the county commission during matters of public concern? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern and thank everybody for their comments. That takes us to I believe item 9, which is matters from the county manager. And we'll have both COVID updates and miscellaneous updates. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Relative to COVID updates, I would simply reiterate to commissioners, county staff, and the community is that our community level remains at medium, and our reported cases don't show sharp downward trends. So we should continue to be vigilant relative to precautions to keep ourselves, our colleagues, and the public safe. Toward that end, I would note that there are some upcoming vaccination events throughout the county on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. To 2 p.m. There was actually an event today at the Edgewood Fire Station, and there will be events again on Tuesdays and Wednesdays throughout the month of July. Tomorrow, there's an event at the I-25 exit 299. July 5th, there's one at the Agua Fria Fire Station. July 6th, the El Dorado Fire Station. July 12th, the La Pueblo Fire Station. July 13th at Edgewood. July 19th at La Cienega. July 20th, the Hondo Fire Station. And July 26th at the Pewaukee Fire Station. And finally, July 27th at La Cienega Community Center. So we will continue to support public health through those vaccination events. With regard to ongoing operations relative to the largest fire in our state's history, Public Works did respond to a request from the governor's office 2 weekends ago to help transport 80 tons of sand to burn affected areas in Mora, San Miguel, and the state penitentiary. And that was an effort to help prepare for potential flooding associated with the monsoonal rains. We do have, as I indicated during new hires in May, these are additional hires for the RECC and promotions. 2 emergency communication specialist trainees graduated from the Telecommunicator Academy last month, and they were promoted to Emergency Communication Specialist 1s. And we also have 2 lateral trainees who started or are starting this month. And finally, the RECC is actively recruiting its hiring efforts, with the creation of a flyer promoting job openings, as well as through advertisement through social media, including a spot targeted specifically to newer members to the workforce to whom the work of a dispatcher might resonate because of the stimulation and setup in front of the consoles. One thing that I did wanted to mention, because it did come up earlier in today's meeting, which was what the county is actively doing to address food and shelter insecurity. The Santa Fe County Connect program is the joint city-county program through which we try to meet the needs of the community relative to the so-called social determinatives of health. So if there is a member of the community that you know or that is listening, please direct them to the Community Services Department. And if you go to the county's website, /connect, it will take you to an online form where you can request services that you may need in those areas, as well as others. So that's it for updates from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually do have a quick question. It's great to hear, and I didn't realize that the county was doing all these vaccination clinics. Is there information on what services they're offering? Are they just primary vaccinations? Are there boosters? Are there requirements to register for the events? Do you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I will double check so as not to give erroneous information. And before we conclude under announcements, I'll make sure to provide that information to the board and to anybody who's listening to our proceedings. And when we roll out that information, through a variety of channels, we'll make sure to include it.
That sounds great. I really appreciate it. Are there any other questions? That takes us to matters from commissioners and other elected officials, which I am. So first, commissioner issues. Shall I start at this end?
Okay.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you very much. I don't have that many updates. I did attend the New Mexico Counties Conference in Albuquerque, along with Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Roybal. And then on July 9th is my next coffee and tea under the trees at Unity Resources in the beautiful village, traditional historic village of Agua Fria, and I look forward to seeing people on July 9th out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a couple things. There's going to be, I guess, a public hearing on the transportation issues around the waste isolation pilot plant on July 7th, which some activists have asked us to help get the word out. I'm not sure where it'll be, but it'll be in the evening. So as a result of that, I was going to have my town hall on July 7th, but instead I'm going to have it on July 14th, so as not to conflict. I also just wanted to say that I think we should keep working on the issues in Tesuque and try and work with the tribe if they ever, if they reach back out to us, and we continue to reach out to them, of course, as well as finding another location for a transfer site up there. And I know Commissioner Roybal has been scouring the countryside up there for that, but I want to support that effort. And finally, we have gotten, I'm sure some of the other commissioners have gotten, a lot of emails about banning gas stations, or new gas stations, basically, in Santa Fe County. My wife works full-time in the bureau that cleans up all of the old gas stations all over the state when their tanks leak. And it's amazing how much money the state spends on that effort. And so it's actually not a bad idea to think about when we're redoing some things around the sustainable land use code to perhaps not have new gas stations, which will end up being new groundwater contamination sites. That almost always happens with gas stations, and we're not going to need them when we all have electric cars. But that's it for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little moment of silence in regards to all the stuff that's been happening throughout the nation at schools, and this stuff is, just a little moment of silence would actually work if we can do that. Obviously, thank you. And another thing I'd like to give a moment of silence for is my liaison, Brittany. Her cousin actually was in a bad accident about 3 days ago. He didn't make it, but just a moment of silence for her as well. And then also, in regards to maybe we can have the city start building some apartments because they're all over the place, but that as well. And one of the other things that we worked on in regards to gas tanks, as you brought that up, because it popped in my head. Actually, when we built the new judicial complex, we dug 53 holes and there was no gas. And then once we put the track hole in there, 10,000 gallons of raw gas came out. And we had to actually take the gas and the, PJ knows this, take the gas and the and the dirt and engineer it and put some dirt back in there. But I know what you're talking about, gas tanks. There's a lot of gas stations popping up. But just once again, a moment of silence for Brittany's cousin. I'm Brittany. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to have a community meeting about mid-July, so I'll be giving out details on that just to give some updates on projects that are coming down the pipe and that should probably start here in the next week or two in my district. So I wanted to give updates to the community in regards to those projects, and also also want to wish everybody a safe and happy 4th of July. I don't think we're going to have another meeting before the 4th, right? So, yeah, so we'll be, I just want to wish everybody a happy and safe 4th of July holiday. Be safe out there, and just if there's going to be any drinking, please don't drive, you know. And I also wanted to recognize our Commissioner-elect for District 1, Mr. Justin Green. Thank you for being here today, sir. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I just had a couple of things. One of them was there was some discussion, especially during the last BCC meeting, or technically during the lunch festivities prior to the BCC meeting, about the fresco art resolution, and the discussion sort of wrapped around the fact that that's sort of still on the table to potentially do something about. And there was, there's given changes that was a 2015 resolution that anticipated, if I'm not mistaken, doing some potential art in the new building. Given changes in the new building, the suggestion has been made to consider, using that money to do an additional fresco in this building, since we have the stairwell with a fresco on one side and not on the other. And I just thought I would bring that up and ask, maybe, I'm not sure what steps we need to take to think about that, and if we need to maybe formally, change that resolution, or have it just put on a future agenda for the staff to think about that. But I just thought I would mention that and get that out on the table. And then I also thought it was incredibly useful to have the presentations we did at the last meeting, and there was a lot of support on the board about the Bishop's Lodge sewage treatment activities, and I thought if we could get sort of more frequent, maybe on the next agenda, we might be able to get some report on the status of that activity. And that's all I had. So, there is one more thing. In addition to having a wonderful and accident-free 4th of July, I would certainly recommend everybody have a very fire-free 4th of July, because we're having wonderful rains, but they only go but so far, and I know we'll be dealing with that ordinance later, but this is a good time to talk about how important it is for us all to stay alive and safe in order to celebrate successfully. So that takes us to matters from other elected officials. Madam Deputy Clerk, I don't know if our clerk is maybe on the line, or if you
Madam Clerk is indeed on the line.
Excellent. Madam Clerk, are you?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hey. Welcome.
I have a few items, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I did want to announce that as of this morning, the primary has officially been certified, and we are not eligible for a recount. Our margins were large enough that we are officially done with the primary election. So yay. And wanted to thank everyone and all the departments that assisted us with that election. It was quite the big job, and it is officially done. I did want to remind folks that on Thursday is the official filing day for independent, minor party, and write-in candidates. So if you are thinking of filing for office, you can only do so on Thursday in our office for local races. And if you're planning on filing for statewide, you have to do that at the Secretary of State's office. So I have been traveling the last 2 weeks. The first week was for New Mexico Association of Counties, where we highlighted elections that were under fire, essentially. There was a talk about what we're seeing on the ground in terms of threats to elected officials, unique challenges regarding elections, challenges to the certification process. And that was a theme that was actually echoed in the following week, where I went to the International Association of Government Officials, otherwise known as election officials, clerks, recorders, and treasurers. And it was interesting because that conference actually involved an active shooter training. Homeland Security did some briefing on our risk as elected officials around elections, and some recommendations as well. So I found it very useful. We did some exercises on risk limiting audits, on remote online notaries, and some very sort of interesting innovations that other clerks are doing that I would like to bring to Santa Fe. So I thought that was a very useful conference, and I'm hoping we can see some of those features in our office. Finally, I did want to mention that we are seeing more and more challenges with elections. We're having a harder time recruiting poll workers. I've raised the salary of our presiding judges and our messengers to the point where they're being paid well over our permanent staff. And we can have a discussion at some point about, because of the risks to election, because they are critical infrastructure, if there isn't some way to potentially raise salaries, because we are seeing from all over the country that they say that up to a quarter of people in elections are going to retire or leave the profession this year because of the ongoing threats to us personally, as well as sort of the stress around elections, as we can see from our congressional hearings. And we are asking, of course, for more money at the legislature, at the county level, and also at the congressional level. So I have signed off on a letter to Congress asking for more money funding, especially for absentee ballots and voting by mail. Because as you may have known, during our primary election, we had significant challenges with the Postal Service. And one of the things that was very nice was that we, when I went to this conference, I was actually able to talk to the Postmaster General's deputy and director of election mail for the nation. And we have a plan moving forward to try to improve our election mail, and hopefully we'll improve local mail generally, but there are some significant challenges going into the general. So if you have problems with your absentee ballot, I'd like to know so I can file a formal complaint. If you have questions about our absentee process, please let me know. We're trying to make sure the system is seamless, and we're trying to work with our federal partners to make sure that happens. So that's all for me, and thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Are there any other elected officials on the WebEx, since I don't see anybody present, who might wish to speak at this time? Daniel, are there any other elected officials on the line?
Madam Chair, I see Treasurer Manzanares and the Undersheriff.
Well, if either of you care to speak, just please feel free to unmute yourselves. Okay. I thought maybe I heard somebody unmute. But if not, that would let us move along to item C, which is a report and request for direction on annexation negotiations with the city of Santa Fe. And I will go to Commissioners Hanson and Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at our May 31st meeting, the Board of County Commissioners authorized additional time to complete negotiations pursuant to Resolution Number 2021-105. We believe that further negotiations may be fruitful. Accordingly, we would respectfully request that the Board authorize additional time to complete the non-binding negotiations through July 31st. So I'm just asking for direction.
Sure. Are there any comments? I certainly see no reason if you guys are recommending it. Attorney Brown, do we need to have a motion in that regard?
Madam Chair, I think that would be good. It's identified as an action item on
Excellent.
the agenda.
So I'll make a motion to continue negotiations through July 31st with the City of Santa Fe.
And I'll second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Madam
Aye.
Chair, Madam Chair, just, do we know what the time frame is?
We're working back and forth with the county and city attorneys, and
All right.
we're making some progress.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Excellent. So was that vote counted as official? We had the ayes. Any nays or abstentions? Thank you. So that motion passed.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we go on to executive session, which I estimate will be relatively brief and maybe a worthwhile break for everyone, I did want to confirm relative to the vaccine events that there is no need to register in advance, and you can do any of your primary series or recommended boosters at the event.
Excellent. Thanks so much for that information. So that takes us to, if I'm not mistaken, and everybody feel free to jump in if I'm, to matters from the attorney to go into executive session. So Attorney Brown, can you read us in?
Madam Chair, as a preliminary matter, I'd like to note that at its June 14th, 2022 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene in open session. I would therefore respectfully request the minutes of this meeting reflect that matters discussed during the June 14th, 2022 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. When the board approves the minutes for this meeting, it will be approving the substance of this statement.
Excellent. So we can include those in these minutes. I thank you very much.
And this evening, I'd ask that you go into executive session pursuant to Section 1015(1)(h)(5) of the Open Meetings Act, which allows discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the board and collective bargaining units. And specifically this evening, we would be discussing bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the BCC and the New Mexico Coalition of Public Safety Officers, RECC, and the Santa Fe County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Excellent. I would entertain a motion in that regard.
Madam Chair, I move that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss the items that County Attorney Rachel Brown mentioned.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Henry Roybal?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. Thank you. So we are now in executive session, and we will be back shortly to conclude with the public meetings.
Yeah.
So we are back. I'd entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to make a motion to come out of executive session, and that the only thing that was discussed was what was presented by the county attorney, and the only people in the meeting were the county commissioners, county attorney, county manager, and deputy county manager.
Thank you. I have a motion. Can I have a second? Anybody?
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So we are out of executive session. It is 6:36. And that allows us to move on to the several public hearings. The first is a hearing on a resolution to proclaim extreme or severe drought conditions within Santa Fe County and to ban the sale and use of certain fireworks in the unincorporated portions of the county within wildlands in the county. And we have John Mablay from our fire department. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So, at the previous BCC meeting, the fire department requested a resolution to ban the sale and use of certain fireworks due to extreme drought conditions within Santa Fe County. That resolution was unanimously approved, and it is still valid until July 7th. At that same BCC meeting, the fire department was asked to proactively request an extension to the fireworks ban for an additional 30 days until August 7th, due to the hazardous fire conditions and wildland fire potential we were experiencing at that time. 3 weeks later, we are experiencing an early monsoon season with above average precipitation throughout Santa Fe County, which is expected to continue for the foreseeable future based on National Predictive Services forecast. For your reference and also for perspective, we're currently still under a fire marshal order suspending all open burning permits. We're also under an ordinance banning open fires, smoking, and other ignition sources. And as I mentioned earlier, a resolution banning certain fireworks until July 7th. Santa Fe County residents have been calling the fire department nonstop, requesting we allow them to renew their burn permits and allow them to have some open fires for ceremonial purposes, sweat lodges, and open burning permits for burning some of their brush and green waste. Now, in contrast, what I just mentioned, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, Santa Fe County is still in extreme or severe drought conditions, as noted in the following comment, which is, in the Four Corners region, heavy rainfall was observed in a large swath stretching across western New Mexico due to a robust southwest monsoon circulation. However, there were no marked improvements to drought indicators this week to warrant improvements. Given drought is strongly entrenched in the Four Corners, an active southwest monsoon circulation will need to persist for conditions to improve. So, while I'm here to present a resolution to extend the fireworks ban, the fire risk has decreased substantially, and therefore the fire department is here before you to support whichever decision you may take today and to answer any questions or concerns you may have. I have handed you a handout from the National Predictive Services showing basically the low risk that we are under right now for fire potential. The third page shows the 10-day precipitation outlook, which basically takes us till July 6th, where almost the whole New Mexico state is above normal for precipitation. And the last page still shows where we are as far as the drought, which is still in extreme drought. Although this one is a few days old, it's about 4 or 5 days old. So as you can see, there's an argument in favor and against it. So I stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do you have, preemptively, I'm going to ask, do you have collectively, the fire department, a recommendation on where you guys come down on this?
The recommendation would be, because we have currently a fireworks ban until July 7th, which puts us way after the July 4th holiday. I would say that current resolution would be sufficient. Extending it another 30 days, I don't think is gonna affect dramatically people that may want to use fireworks, just because after the 4th of July, people may just not use any more fireworks. My concern would be that we could potentially lose some credibility with the constituents if we continue passing an extension on a fireworks ban when the weather conditions don't warrant it.
And then concomitantly, the ban on the burn permits is totally separate from that. You can do that yourself. Are you guys talking about lifting that ban?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, you're correct. The fire marshal order is an order that I can implement from the fire marshal's office to reinstate open burning permits at any time. It doesn't make sense to reinstate open burning permits when we are passing an extension on fireworks ban.
Of course, but you're thinking about that separately.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think that once we pass the 4th of July holiday, that's when I'm going to be looking to, by the July 12th BCC, looking at rescinding the open fire ban that we have currently, reinstate open burning permits. Hopefully, at that time, we won't have an extension on fireworks ban, obviously, as long as the weather contributes.
Right. Excellent, thank you, and sorry for being preemptive. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. BLM is going to lift their fire prevention order as of July 1st. And part of what we were trying to do is be in line with our federal partners. So I can see that, if they're lifting it, maybe we don't extend it from July 7th to August 7th and allow the order to expire, but that as long as it holds through the 4th of July weekend, that we, because they're also rescinding their campfire and target shooting lifts on July 1st also. And so I think part of my concern is that we be in alignment with our federal partners. And so I can understand that, and we could not pass this, or we could just allow the one we have to expire. And that seems to be the most reasonable at this point in time, because as you said, I don't want our reputation to be that we're like overly regulating them, but at the same time, as long as it goes through the July 7th, I'm good with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. I think we should have it through July 7th and then let it expire. And I guess I will be interested to see if anybody is going to participate in the public hearing to comment on this.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. I also thank you, Madam Chair. I also agree till July 7th because there are some individuals that have property that they actually want to clean up their property and because of the drought and so on and so forth. And so they either need to get rid of their trees or whatever else they need to do, as a couple of my neighbors do. And then if they can actually get a burn permit, that would be okay. But so I'm okay also with it till July 7th. Because once again, this is just for fireworks ban, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fire Marshal.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal, do you have?
I'm okay. I want to lean on the side of safety, of course, and I have had a couple of constituents that have called that do have fireworks stands in the Pojoaque Valley area. They actually have these stands on Pueblo land, so I mean they're still going to probably sell fireworks, but it's one of those things where they did call and they said, we're getting a lot of rain. Is there any chance that we might be able to, lift the ban for the 4th of July so people can get out? But at the same time, we have to be safe and we have to take care of our constituents. And, it's just something that I think, it's the best action of the county right now because of the situations of our drought situation that, we take care of our constituents. So I'm in agreement with that.
Excellent. So I'm going to go ahead and open the public comment on this. Is there anybody present or on WebEx who wishes to speak to this matter? Daniel, is there anybody on WebEx that you see?
We can't hear you. I hear somebody talking, but
I don't hear anybody talking. Daniel, are we actually connected to WebEx? Hello, is anybody home? Sorry.
Madam Chair, if we don't want to make any motion, we just allow this to, we just move forward without any action? Is that the?
No, we would vote it up or down. We would have to vote it down.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
I'm just
But,
asking.
I still have to hold the public meeting. It's just nobody. Daniel, is I hear tones, but I don't hear any voices.
Madam Chair, while you're waiting to find out about WebEx, should you desire not to approve this, you don't have to entertain a motion on
I don't.
the resolution.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay, there you go.
No, I did not see anybody in.
I can hear you. I know.
Madam Chair, I did not see anybody indicating that they would like to speak to that matter.
Excellent. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this matter. And it seems unanimous. I agree that, we have the ban in place till July 7th. And based on everything you've said, that we can let this pass. So we can just close this matter is that correct?
If nobody wants to make a motion to approve, you can move on to the next matter.
Okay, so if nobody wants. Is that true? I'm not railroading it. Okay, great. Thank you very much. We're going to let this die with you as you suggested, and really appreciate you coming with all the information. It's really very helpful, very professional. Really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that takes us to item 12B, ordinance amending the solid waste and recycling management ordinance. And Director Huron.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, bring you an ordinance amending the solid waste and recycling management ordinance number 2014-10, to clarify when service fees are required for use of convenience centers, and to authorize the Board of County Commissioners to authorize free solid waste disposal days by resolution. This issue was in front of you several weeks ago. This is an update. In this update, the proposed ordinance has been updated from the version that was presented at the time that permission was requested to publish title and general summary on May 31st, 2022. It was updated in 3 different ways. The first update was to the title so as to provide the full name of the ordinance being amended and its ordinance number. The second update was to clarify that on free solid waste disposal days, an acceptable method of collecting the solid waste is to place roll-off bins in designated communities within the county. The third update was to implement language declaring the ordinance an emergency to go into effect immediately upon recordation, rather than 30 days after recordation. To give you background on the ordinance as a refresher from the earlier discussion, throughout the year there are community needs for which the waiving of solid waste disposal fees would incentivize the proper disposal of waste or further other public policy goals, such as the reduction of wildland risk or cleanup of a community. The subject ordinance provides a mechanism to allow the reduction or elimination of solid waste fees for these specific occasions and circumstances. The ordinance allows for a resolution authorizing the free disposal of solid waste that shall specify 1. The day or days on which solid waste may be disposed of without paying service fees. The type or types of solid waste that may be disposed of without paying service fees. The facilities at which solid waste fees may be disposed of without paying service fees, including the location of any roll-off bins which may be placed at designated locations in the county for the use on a specified day without paying service fees, including the location of any roll-off bins which may be placed at a designated location within the county for use on the specified day without paying service fees. The limits, if any, of the amount of specified solid waste that may be disposed of without paying service fees, and such other terms and conditions on the free solid waste disposal days as the Board of County Commissioners may determine to be necessary and proper. The ordinance would also clarify and recognize that no fees are required at convenience centers if so provided in an agreement between the Board of County Commissioners or for the county operations as determined by the county manager. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Fantastic, thank you so much. So do people have questions? Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Giron. So the days that are going to be proposed, does it say that in the ordinance?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that will be in the resolution that will follow as the next item on the agenda.
Okay. I actually think this is actually good government practice to actually allow the individuals to go get rid of their solid waste. And this is one of the aspects that Santa Fe County has done that we need to do, and we need to continue to do it. But thank you very much. And if there's no other questions, Madam Chair, I'll move for approval.
Madam Chair, you do need a public hearing.
I understand. Thank you, though. So we're asking questions, then we'll get a motion. Are there other comments or questions before I go to public hearing? Okay, so I'm going to open public comment. I imagine there aren't any more people around now than there were before, but is there anybody here or on WebEx who wishes to speak to this matter? I'm getting the head shake that indicates there's nobody on the WebEx. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing since there's nobody here to speak. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an excellent idea. I hope that we will match what SWAMA is doing, a solid waste management agency at Buckman, at the BERT station and at the landfill, so that when people hear that there's free days at BERT, that our transfer stations are in line with that, so that it's kind of like a message that everyone gets the same message at the same time, because that goes out to everyone. And So with that, I would move to approve.
I have a motion. Can I have a second? Okay, so under further discussion, on the other hand, I just want to mention that, you know, one of the suggestions was Burt has already had their free days. Their last free set was in June, and that we had the opportunity to extend some additional free days. So there might be times when not matching is good also. That was a great comment for under other circumstances.
Madam Chair, I do believe that Burt and Swami will have some more free days.
Additional, yeah.
But yes,
Yeah.
I mean, I
Especially
don't think
for
we
the
should be
green waste.
limited.
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Are there other questions, comments from anybody? So what's the pleasure of the board? Well, I have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, it's an ordinance. I love the high signs I get. They're so subtle. I do have a motion and a second. May I please have a roll call?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Yes. Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So thank you.
And would you like an ordinance number to go along with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Item 12B will be ordinance number 2022-04.
That's great. Thank you very much. So that takes us to C, a related resolution providing for free green waste disposal days and locations. And we will have Director Huron as soon as he finishes handing out some materials. Thanks so much.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the item in front of you is the approval of free disposal of green waste for county residents with permits and/or bag tags at the El Dorado Convenience Center, Hakona Convenience Center, and Stanley Convenience Center for the first full weekends of July, August, and September. Before I brief you on what is in the resolution, I want to draw your attention to the handout that I just passed out. If you will go to the second page, there is a red line in there, just in an effort to remain clear and transparent. We added the following language under item 1. Now therefore, it is resolved by the board that in fiscal year 2023, beginning July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, the county will suspend, this is the added language, the county will suspend the deduction against trips remaining on the following solid waste permits: 12-trip punch permit, 6-trip punch permit, 3-trip punch permit, and 1-trip permit, as set forth in ordinance number 2014-10, Solid Waste and Recycling Management Ordinance number 2020-3, for the following and stated days. So that is the added language. Now, the briefing on the document is that in an effort to provide an alternative to the use of controlled burn permits, to create a defensible space surrounding structures, and to continue to support green waste removal, Santa Fe County proposes to allow for free dumping of green waste at certain times of the year at specified solid waste convenience centers. This resolution seeks approval for the free disposal of green waste drop-off for county residents with permits and/or bag tags at the El Dorado Convenience Center, Hakona Convenience Center, and Stanley Convenience Center for the first full weekends of July, August, and September 22. Free disposal days are authorized by the ordinance amending the Solid Waste and Recycling Management Ordinance to clarify when service fees are required and authorizing free solid waste disposal by resolution. Before I go through the days, I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank the chief and the fire marshal for collaborating on this. I think it is a nice approach for us to be able to deal with the extreme circumstances caused by this year's fire season. So for fiscal year 2023, free green waste disposal will be accepted on the following dates. July, first full weekend. At Hakona, that means Saturday and Sunday. At El Dorado, that means Saturday and Sunday. And at Stanley, it means Friday and Saturday because they're closed on Sunday. In August, the first full weekend, it's similar. Hakona, Saturday and Sunday. El Dorado, Saturday and Sunday. And Stanley, Friday and Saturday. And in September, the first full weekend, Hakona, Saturday and Sunday, El Dorado, Saturday and Sunday, and Stanley, Friday and Saturday. In the resolution, it also defines green waste. And I think it might be a little tedious, but I'm going to go through the list of green waste that is acceptable and the things that are not acceptable as part of the free green waste days. Green waste includes cuttings and trimmings from trees, shrubs, flowering plants, or lawn and similar materials. It does not include weeds, cholla cactus, sod, root balls, tree stumps, tree trunks greater than 18 inches in diameter, pet waste, rocks, dirt or soil, clean or contaminated, household waste, litter, plastic bags, metal, plastic, paper, pallets, shipping pallets, palm fronds, lumber or any type of treated wood, leaves and pine needles, or construction and demolition waste. The resolution is for the period of July 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022. We also included a fiscal impact at the recommendation of the county manager. Pursuant to the Solid Waste Transfer Station Permit Settlement Agreement and Release of Claims between Santa Fe County and the Pueblo of Tesuque, Santa Fe County will no longer provide free solid waste services to the Pueblo of Tesuque effective July 1st, 2022. Based on the data provided on June 22nd, 2022 by the Santa Fe Solid Waste Management Agency, for the periods of 6/1/20 to 5/31/21 and 6/1/21 to 5/31/22. No longer providing free solid waste services at the Pueblo of Tesuque at the administration building will reduce current tipping fee expenses by an average of $7,476 a year. Based on SWAMA's data, the average cost to Santa Fe County for each green waste day is expected to be $838. The projected cost of 6 green waste days is thus $5,028. The tipping fee costs associated with the free green waste days are expected to be offset by the tipping fees saved by no longer providing free solid waste services to the Pueblo of Tesuque. So with that, I will stand for any questions and ask for approval of this resolution.
That's great. Are there questions? Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, I understand you don't need a deduction on your permit, but do you need to buy a permit in order to take advantage of this day?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is indeed the fact. You would have to have a valid punch permit to be able to access the free days.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Huron. So I understand what this is for green waste, but if you actually do have your existing permit with the 12 punches, you're not going to get, they won't put a hole through it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
So the green waste beginning July 1st through June 30th, you can go through green waste basically at the areas that are designated on the resolution?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it is limited to the first full weekend in July, the first full weekend in August, and the first full weekend in September. Only those 2 days as outlined in the memo, and in the resolution. And it's only for Hakona, El Dorado, and Stanley. So we will staff up on those days and be able to transport all that waste. It will not be at all 6 solid waste convenience centers. It will be at those 3.
Madam Chair, why not in La Cienega?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it is a matter of staffing. We now have 5 vacancies there, and we have chosen sites around the county that are accessible for folks. And we understand it's going to be a little more travel, but we feel that the benefit to the constituent, to the citizen, will be fairly great.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Gary. I get the timing, September, the first weekend in September. So I would be disturbed if Cholla cactuses were even in green waste because they're supposed to be a protected species. Am I incorrect in thinking that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't know if they're protected. We took the same standard for green waste in an effort to mirror what's going on from SWAMA, so this is the same definition that they're using as well in terms of the definition for green waste, because our green waste will end up there as well.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought Cholla was protected, but maybe. Okay. Okay. No other question. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, to your earlier point of coordinating with SWAMA, they are doing free solid waste, green waste disposal days in April, May, and June. So we're on the tail end of that, allowing another 3 months to be able to dispose of green waste on free days.
Excellent.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Oh,
Commissioner. No, no, go right ahead.
Oh, I was just going to make a motion to pass the resolution. Oh, we have to have the public hearing first.
Yeah, under
Okay.
discussion, I wanted to see, how are we communicating this out to our constituents? Are we going to send an email to our districts?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, we were planning on doing a press release as soon as this is passed to let the community know. We'll post it on our website. If you have other recommendations, we'd be glad to hear that.
Okay, I think we probably all have emails for our districts. We can maybe send out email to that list.
Madam Chair, just on that note, maybe we can put a little pamphlet or a flyer together so that way when people go to the transfer station, because our internet where I live, it doesn't really work too well. And I always use, as an example, my grandma doesn't have a cell phone, so, well, my grandma's not here anymore, but if we can just maybe make a pamphlet or something to the effect, and you can just hand them out and say, here's what we're gonna be doing, just FYI, maybe that might be a good idea as well.
Makes for a lot of paper.
Madam Chair,
waste.
Commissioner, we can do that, and we can pass that out as people are coming through to dump trash.
Yeah, that's true. I just have to double check because one constituent was talking to me about this and was under the impression that the El Dorado station, maybe Commissioner Hughes knows, was closed on Sundays. And
We keep
you should know better than
Madam Chair, we keep that open on Sundays with overtime staff.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. I just wanted to double check. I appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment at this point. I'm looking for the head shake. Is there anybody here or on WebEx who wants to speak on this matter? Okay. So there is nobody present. I'm going to close public comment. And now I would happily entertain either further questions or Commissioner Hughes.
Madam Chair, now that it's the appropriate time, I'll make a motion to pass the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you, and thank you, Director Huron, so much for this.
Thank you.
And I do need a resolution number.
And I am happy to provide one.
I have so many good reminders here.
You can't get away from them.
I can't. I don't want to.
Madam Chair, item 12C is resolution number 2022-049.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. And that takes us to D, which is a public hearing on the Santa Fe County Infrastructure and Capital Improvement Plan. And welcome, Robert. But is your green light on?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Robert Grego, Growth Management Department, Planning Manager. This item is a public hearing to provide an opportunity for public input on the County Infrastructure and Capital Improvement Plan. This is the first of two public hearings. For this item, staff will provide a background and summary of the county's capital planning and ICIP process. The ICIP is required of all local governments for inclusion of potential projects in the state legislature capital outlay process. Santa Fe County submits the 5-year ICIP to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration on an annual basis. The county ICIP is due to the Department of Finance and Administration on August 17th of 2022. The board established Resolution 2019-103, adopting a capital planning process to facilitate clear, comprehensive, and transparent capital planning to establish improved planning and implementation of capital projects to include public outreach, project scoping, and project review, and ranking based on established criteria based on county goals and priorities. The ICIP is a subset of the county's long-range planning capital planning framework, which includes the county's 5-year CIP. As part of the public input process, staff conducted an informational webinar on May 16th to provide information to the public regarding the ICIP process and to solicit project requests from the public. Requests from the public and staff may be submitted throughout the year to suggest potential capital projects. The webinar that was advertised in the local newspapers, and we submitted the information through emails to county email lists, including the community organizations and registered organizations. Staff, in regard to the process, staff is also communicating with nonprofit groups who have requested fiscal sponsorship for capital projects in the past, and is requesting that they submit any requests for FY24 by July 5th to allow for timely evaluation and review of these requests as part of the ICIP process. Projects included in the capital projects requests have been reviewed by the county's Capital Projects Evaluation Committee, which is an interdepartmental committee consisting of the Manager's Office, Growth Management Department, Public Works, Utilities, Fire, and other, et cetera. The projects were evaluated by the committee to include the county's 4 population goals, including the safe community, sustainable community, healthy community, proficient, transparent, and accessible government. It also included criteria of specific factors identified in the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. Each of the goals have specific factors which are weighted, and the projects were reviewed in accordance with and ranked and scored based on this criteria. This is the first of 2 public hearings. The second public hearing and final action to include ranking of the top 5 projects will be scheduled for July 26th. This is a public hearing, and there's no formal action required at this time. Included in your packet are in the board docs is the previous year's ICIP, the Santa Fe County ICIP FY23 to 2027. For your reference, we will be developing the ICIP for 2024 to 2028. The other item in your packet includes the 23 capital project requests from, that staff has reviewed and ranked, and those are identified in two sections. One is the basic needs projects, and those were ranked and reviewed, and then additional projects that were reviewed that are also important projects, but not they're not basic needs. With that, I stand for questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So are there questions on the, Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation, Robert. I just have a couple of questions, but I will probably meet with staff. An example is regarding the Turquoise Trail bulk water station. I thought we had gotten federal funding for that, and that was on the list 6-8 months ago. But I'll get with you in a couple of other items such as that. Then the other one is the Santa Fe County Recovery Center facility expand, which is we have. I guess the only question I have on this is, did all staff sit together and work together in regards to what the actual total cost estimate was going to be and all this stuff? Because as we know, because of inflation, it's going like out there, they're just going to get more and more expensive. So I just want to make sure that we're all communicating as into what the total cost will be, because it's not getting any better out there. You know that when it comes to construction costs. But I just want to make sure that Mr. Hidon, if you have, but I just want to make sure that we're all communicating. Every department's communicating. But I know this is the first of two meetings, but we can sit down and talk about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, if I understand your question is about Santa Fe Recovery Center and the assistance with that nonprofit in the construction of a building. Santa Fe County is named to receive the grants that have come from the state, which are now in excess of $5 million. We are working with that nonprofit. They have purchased a building in Santa Fe, and they are beginning renovation soon. I think they're securing a contractor. We have offered support with them as consultants to work on that project and to make sure that the construction and work done by the contractor is sufficient to meet their needs. We are still not sure on whether or not those funds will be transferred to to City of Santa Fe. That is an open question that is going on between the nonprofit and the city. But in lieu of that, the county, because they were the original named recipients of that grant to work with the nonprofit, we have maintained that commitment to them.
Thank you. Very good answer, Mr. Hidon. So this is our new ICIP plan, right? So the existing plans from last year and the years before, this takes over the new. This is our new plan.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, these are additional projects that were reviewed and ranked by the Capital Planning Committee. We will be bringing you the 2024 to 2028 ICIP at your meeting on July 26th.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Griego.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Robert. So I'll just start at the beginning, I guess. What is, to me, the beginning is the first page. On the project list, it says food port installation project. What is that? I'm starting with this page. It says 2023 capital project request for 5-year, and it's the top.
Food port. Which one was food? Are you familiar with that?
6 down.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is at the jail. And it's food ports into the cells, as I understand that.
Okay, I just didn't know what it was, so I wanted to ask. And then the Nancy Rodriguez replacement of rooftop units, meaning like the air conditioning or the heating. It's only $35,000.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. It's the heating and cooling for the facility.
Okay, and is that connected to the solar?
The building is connected to the solar, so that would tie in, correct.
Okay.
And it would also include mesh to keep the birds away. That's why we're replacing the units.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Then on, down below, thank you for adding in the La Familia Medical Clinic, energy efficiency and solar. I think that's really important that we be able to solarize that facility and ask for capital outlay for that. On the next page, the smaller list, Finda del Sendero. I've been getting complaints. I don't know if Commissioner Roybal has. We share that road. I've been getting complaints about it needing to be paved. On this, we have new bike lane and resurfacing, but it seems that the first 0.2 of a mile from Camino La Tierra to maybe Mariposa or something like that. This is Finda del Sendero, says new bike lane and resurfacing. It's never been up very high on the list, but I've been getting complaints from constituents that the road has a lot of potholes and needs attention. So if it has potholes, that means we probably need to repair it, but
Which number? Which rank?
it's on the back page.
I know, but which number, which rank number is it?
Oh, 50, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Oh, the back. Thank you.
And then didn't, it says Esperanza Shelter Solar, didn't we get money from the legislature last year?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I didn't catch that.
You want to confer, you want to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So what we included in your packet was the ICIP that was submitted in FY, in previous years, so the submittal was the FY 23 to 27. So this one shows the 5 projects that have colors on them that were identified as the top 5 that were submitted to the state last year to DFA. So we provided this for your reference. We will be bringing forth the entire ICIP for you for consideration at the next meeting. These additional projects were identified and ranked and reviewed for your review.
On the front page.
Yeah, the one-page document, yes.
So I want to know where the Lopez Lane sidewalks are. I know that we got bonding money for it, I believe. We got bonding money for design, but we don't have that also on the CIP.
Is that in the overall CIP?
I really want these sidewalks done before I leave office.
Number 52.
No, it's not.
On the back.
It says Lopez Lane paving improvements. It does not say sidewalks.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Hanson, that is a funded project that has money to finish design and to begin acquisition. And that's the phase that we will be going into this year. So that is our priority. Understanding that the biggest issue we'll face with the sidewalks is in getting right-of-way easement so that we can put the sidewalks down. So that project is moving.
Good, thank you. Okay, so I will, I think that's all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you for the hard work that you've done on this, but also the Finda del Sendero, I know that's been kind of down at the bottom of the list for a while, but I think that road really needs to have some attention paid to it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of my questions got answered. So let me just make sure I have this clear. So the front page, you're going to add these projects to the ICIP. On the page from last year, you'll take off the ones that are already funded. Is that right? And then make a new ICIP for us to look at the next public hearing?
Yes, basically, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, and if people still have a project that they want to put on there, they have till, when did you say?
Well, what I was referring to in the presentation in the memo was regard to nonprofits. But if the community, again, we still can take projects, again, that are submitted, and we would just need to review and rank them prior to the next public hearing.
Okay, and there's an online way to do that?
We on our website there is a process which provides information and a capital a project form, and we'd need to scope that project out. So we would need to get again a project that was submitted. We would need to get scoped out to get costs associated with it and define the project. So again, depending on the timing that we have between now and the public hearing, we would need to have that project ranked and reviewed and.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't have a project in mind. I just wanted to know the process in case somebody asks me. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think we can go to public hearing on this, and then there'll be time for more questions if there are any. Daniel, feel free to come help me. I understand there are several people on WebEx who would like to speak to this.
Madam Chair, there are several people that would like to speak to this. Sarah Smith was going to check the audio from her office, so I haven't heard her chime in, so I don't know if we want to take a small recess so we can troubleshoot the WebEx audio.
We are having a problem with WebEx audio again. Is that true?
Yes.
How long do you need to troubleshoot? 5-10 minutes?
We can try 5 to 10 minutes and give you an update at that time.
Okay, so I'm going to call for it. Is this appropriate? I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess. It is 7:27. We'll just come back at 7:40 and reconvene. We're in recess. And I apologize for the inconvenience.
Not your fault.
Um, I understand there are still at least a couple of people on WebEx who would like to speak to this matter. Is Rudy Vigil available on WebEx? I know
I
you
am.
signed up. Ah, I hear you. So, do they need to be sworn in? Do they need to be sworn in? So Rudy, if you're unmuted, could you please be sworn in and then
Sure.
give
Can
us
you
your
hear me?
comment?
Mr. Vigil? All right, please raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I absolutely do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Perfect. My name is Rudy Vigil, Jr. I live on 11C Lucy Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I'm here to speak on the Carlson Park project on the CIP. I'm here to speak in favor of it. It's a tiny park, you guys, but it would make a huge difference in this community. I know that there are quite a few more projects ahead of this really tiny project of a park, but I really strongly encourage you guys to have discussion and move it up on the project list. There's a lot of children in the area that would benefit from having a place to gather and a place to play. I have 3 kids. I'm not able to attend the meeting in person tonight because the whole family got COVID. But I'll be there for the next meeting and the next meeting and the next meeting. This is very important to me. This vacant piece of land has been kind of earmarked as a park since 1968, I believe. And I think it's time that this community has a place to play. If you have any questions for me at this point, I'll let you guys do that if that's something you guys do.
No, we appreciate your comment, and I'm sure everybody else got it, but at the very beginning, I just missed the name of the park that you're talking about. Would you mind repeating for me?
It's a Carlson Park. It's in the Carlson subdivision. It's off of the East Frontage Road. It's right near the National Guard, the National Guard Armory. We're in Commissioner Hughes' district. We've had a meeting with him here with the community. It was very positive. His assistant, Mrs. Romo, has been just absolutely amazing and helpful. And this project couldn't have happened without her help and without Commissioner Hughes' help. And I really hope you guys are able to support this and fund this. It's not much money. We've already had funding from the state, I believe, $50,000, $15,000 or $50,000 project promise, and I'm just hoping you guys are able to completely fund this project. I think it's only at 120,000, so pretty small project. I hope we can make it happen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very, very much. Is there anybody else on WebEx? Well, let me.
I'm Georgia Baca from the community.
Yes, Georgia, if you could.
I also would just like to piggyback on what Rudy Vigil said. Just it would be
Georgia.
Yes.
Could you wait and get sworn in and then
Okay.
by our clerk?
Ms. Baca, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Georgia Baca. My address is 11B, as in boy, Lucy Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. And as I was stating, I just want to piggyback on what Rudy was stating, that, you know, this is a lot of land that it's really small. And I know that the project isn't huge as far as funding, but we don't have anything like that out here, just for families together and have kids run around or shoot a hoop here and there. It would be a nice little piece of land for the community, something for our community.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your comment. Is there anybody else on WebEx who wishes to speak to the Commission on capital projects? Daniel, do you see anybody else? I think Sarah said there might not be.
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody else that is on the list that I have.
Okay. So before I close, I'll just ask one more time, is there anybody else on WebEx who wishes to speak to the Commission on this matter?
Madam Chair, I apologize. There's a Diego Garcia on WebEx.
That's great. Diego, I know you had signed up to speak. Can you unmute yourself and get sworn in and give us your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm here.
Mr. Griego?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear?
It's Diego Garcia.
Oh, Mr. Garcia, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Okay, it's Diego Garcia, 8 Calle de Vigil in Santa Fe, 87508.
Thank you.
And yeah, I think it would be very positive for that park to be built here in this little community. There is a lot of children. There's times when you see them riding their bike just on the roads, so you got to be very careful. If they had a place to gather, it would be really great. Keep them off the streets, playing ball and riding their bikes here in the streets. It would be beneficial for them to be in the park and have swings and slides and positive stuff to play on.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. So,
thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak to this matter?
Yes, Cindy Vigil.
Cindy Vigil? Cindy, can you unmute yourself and get sworn in and then tell us what you'd like?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. She's actually kind of piggybacking off of my phone right now.
Okay, well, if she could take the mic or whatever, the phone or whatever, and then get
Sure,
sworn in.
give me one
herself.
second. I'm going to give it to her right now.
Okay, great. And then she can get sworn in.
My name is Cindy Vigil.
Ms. Vigil?
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sure.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Cynthia Vigil, and address is 11A Lucy Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508.
So go ahead, Cindy. Please tell us what you'd like to.
Well, I've got 3 grandchildren that would really enjoy the park. We do need something out here. We've lived here for 30-odd years, and there has never been anything for our children out here. And as my kids grew up, we'd have to take them into town to play in the park or to go do activities. It would be wonderful for my grandkids to be able to enjoy a park or something out here that they could enjoy and not have to drive into town to find something to do.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to go back to everybody else. Is there anybody else on WebEx who wants to speak to this matter?
I think there is somebody, one more person here. Hold on. Sarah?
So is there a Sarah on the line?
Yeah, sorry. Gonna give the mic to Sarah right now. She did.
Is this person old enough to be sworn in?
She
You
is.
heard of her?
She's 42.
Oh. I didn't hear that.
Okay, I'm here.
Can you get sworn in, please?
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Sarah Resiconi, and my address is 11C Lucy Road, and I am under oath.
Thank you. Tell us what you'd like to.
Well, all I really wanted to say was, as a mother of 3 children, right at 3 and under, it would be really convenient and really amazing if we would have a place out here that we could take them to keep them occupied and busy and active, as opposed to having to drive into town and look for other parks. It would be really, really convenient and amazing for myself as well as all of the other younger families out here in this area who don't have an option out here and do have to load the kids up into the car. And, you know, it's more of an ordeal sometimes than, you know, you're wanting to do. And it would just be amazing if we had even a small little park out here, just something for the kids to go and play on and be able to be active and get outside and get some fresh air. And I have seen some of the other moms and their families out at other parks in town, just, you know, doing the same thing I am, just looking for a place for their kids to be, you know, just outside and enjoy themselves. And especially now during the summer, it's a hard time for parents. I know that, you know, they're at home with the kids all day and they just need an outlet. Everybody needs an outlet. So that's really all I'm, you know, looking for, is just something to make my kids' day-to-day life just a little bit easier and more interesting and more fun. Just to have a park that they could play in.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you
really
so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
If you had more to say, I didn't mean to interrupt. I
No,
honestly thought you had stopped.
no, I didn't really. I think I said everything I wanted to.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate
Absolutely.
everybody giving.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you guys for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you. So,
This relates to Carlson Park, whenever you're ready.
after the yeah, we'll get back. So, just to make sure, is there anybody else on WebEx who has come on to speak to this matter? Yeah, but Commissioner Hughes was going to say something about, so when I close if you could stay on the line when I close the public comment, Commissioner Hughes has something to say about Carlson Park, so you might want to stay on so you can hear that. Is there anybody else who's on the WebEx who wants to speak to the capital projects? Daniel, do you see anybody else who's on?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody else.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Daniel. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to let my friends in the Carlson subdivision know that I was just talking to the staff in between things here, and we have a total now of $175,000 for the park. So that's the $50,000 from the state and another $125,000 that we were able to gather here at the county. So that's enough to get most of it done, I think. And if not, we'll leave it on the ICEIP, and you can hit up Senator Stefanik. But we're going to get started pretty soon on that. And you made a great impression on all the people at the county when we went out there and met with you. All the people that showed up, and of course you're showing up tonight, just shows how much you're really committed to this project. So thank you. It's going to happen.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Commissioner
Yes.
Hughes, from the community here, I want to thank you guys so much.
Thank you. So I've closed public comment. Robert, do we have? We've had comments from most of the commissioners. If there's further discussion, I'll certainly entertain it. But what would be the next steps?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so staff will work on completing the ICIP, and we'll bring that forward to you at the July 26th board meeting for review and final approval and ranking of the top 5 projects.
Okay. So before we leave this item, are there other comments from commissioners or input from staff? No. Well, thanks to everybody who came and made public comment, and thank you very much to the whole department for bringing this forward, and we'll look forward to the next piece.
Good. Thank you.
Do commissioners have any questions? I really should have entertained this earlier, and I apologize to all the staff who submitted the reports. I really appreciate that so many people stuck around for questions. But are there any questions on these reports? No. So thank you very much for doing those. And I think that takes us to concluding business. Are there any announcements?
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have an
Absolutely.
announcement. I think that a number of us are going to NACO, and I am a vice chair on the Arts and Culture Commission. And so I want to know if there are any artworks anywhere in the county in the last year that we could take pictures of and send to the Arts Commission meeting, which meets on Friday, July 22nd. So if there's any thing that's happened with art in your district, maybe you could take a picture and send it to me, and I will pass it on. Last year, I featured the Torreon in Agua Fria Village, and that was a big hit. It was an unusual art project, but they all loved it. So if we have some other things, it would be great if you would all share that with me, and I will make sure they're shown at the Arts and Culture Committee.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Are there any other announcements? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Good night, everybody, and thanks so much for hanging in and for all the work.